Hey, how is everyone doing tonight? Hopefully well. Sorry, we are just a minute behind hopping in here. I'm Maniacal. I'm joined by Ancient Gamer. We're going to be commentating this lackattack vs. FusionWarrior Round 1 matchup in the A Link to the Past and Super Metroid Randomizer tournament. Round 1 of the Swiss here. And AG, how are you doing tonight? I'm so hype.
I'm doing great. I'm hyped too, Maniacal. Sorry we were a little bit late, guys. I don't know what was going on, but we got the link a little late. I see they've already gotten started. Fusion setting up what looks like a hula hand.
Yep, and lackattack, I missed what he saw there at the lumberjack cave, but hopefully it wasn't anything too good. Heart piece I'm seeing.
Sweet.
Link Force, shout outs to our tracker. That dude is tracking MVP. This is a really interesting hula hand walk from FusionWarrior. Definitely not optimal, but definitely cool. See what we get at Link's house. And Moon Pearl in the Lost Woods. That's awesome, but also a little unnerving, honestly.
Yeah. Now let's see how quick lamp and swords come up. The thing about Moon Pearl, though, is it opens up some possibilities. I don't know about you. A lot of people like to stay in logic. That gives them a good fake flipper option if they decide to go that way. You know, Moon Pearl's not a bad thing to find.
No, it's a good tool, but it can portend that you're going to end up in Dark World with a little bit low on resources, depending on what you find. Because the earlier you find it, the more likely there's, really important stuff behind it.
Yep, and Fusion getting that full magic decanter as a drop. He's not going to mind that. Not much in the chest. Let's see what Uncle's got. Just some supers.
And we're into the well for lackattack. So I don't know, AG. Have you gotten to watch either of these guys play crossover randos before? There's that morph ball and bombs in the well.
Lack once. I have seen Lack do it once.
Okay.
He's a pretty decent runner. I think he finished at like a flat 3.08, something like that.
Oh, that is a heck of a time.
I'm pretty familiar with. He's a pretty good runner. He's the one that asked me to do the commentary for him.
Okay, yeah, I know Fusion's done these before, and I feel like I've been in a race with lackattack before, but I cannot confirm that to be fact, so...
You were the one I watched him in, you were in. It was the big one you had with, I think there was... Zost was in it, Elm was in it.
Oh, it was that weekly where we had like 15 people. Shout outs to these weeklies we have on Speed Gaming every Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern and Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern. Open entry races where a lot of the folks you'll see in the tournaments are there competing. It's a good chance to play against them folks.
I'm sorry. Lack wasted no time cashing in that morph ball. He's running straight into Super Metroid. Now, I'm not sure that I really agree with this, being as how all he has is bombs. I typically try to wait till I've at least got like some supers and power bombs that really open up the area. But he can do some exploring and maybe he'll find some.
Yeah, go into Super Metroid really early without having ammo is pretty aggressive. But, it's definitely a viable play. Morph and bombs, again, could be a signal that there's something behind those bombs that he's supposed to get. Could be down here at Old Mother Brain. Could be, down in Green Brinstar. Those are both areas that are in logic now with those bombs, as is because of IBJ, the first item in Gauntlet, although that one can be a little tricky to get to.
All right, I'm going to show my ignorance here. Why is Fusion carrying a fish?
Oh, he is going to cash that fish in. You're going to see. There's a dude who loves fish. Okay. He's going to give it to the guy who loves fish, and he's going to give him something in exchange. Okay. This is a seldom seen strat, but I guess FusionWarrior is really into fish and into having a lot of money early in the seed.
Okay. Which now I have to agree with the hula hand play. That's something I actually got from you, Maniacal. I like doing that early and having that money to get the bombs, to go ahead and check bottle vendor, And I don't think it's a bad play at all.
Yeah,
I don't really know about this fish thing, though.
This is an aggressive fish, but here you go. He just got the hook up.
And what? A various suit.
Got him. That does not normally come from the fish guy. He was feeling especially appreciative of the fish today. And a power glove in Blue Bryn.
And Lack has found missiles and space jump and the power glove. So it looks like that that early Super Metroid play has paid off for him.
Yeah, whereas the fish play really paid off there for FusionWarrior. That's gotta feel good.
It does. It really does. And I mean, having Varia definitely opens up all kind of possibilities for him. I'm sure that he will be heading to Super Metroid soon at some point. But it looks like he wants to get his overworld checks done first.
Yeah, I don't know if you aren't going to check the items in Blue Bryn before you take the portal, which I still kind of disagree with. I think if you're going to go into A Link to the Past, going back to Super Metroid before finishing your CAC check is basically a mistake under any circumstance. I don't care what items you've got.
Yeah, because it's a time sink. It's a double trip. You wasted some time. I get exactly what you're saying there.
It's not just that, but just the odds that you're going to pick up extra ammo and stuff in CAC that's going to save you time in Super Metroid. Like, it's really aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah, because if he doesn't find supers or, say, power bombs, he's going to be limited as to how far he can go.
Yeah, although having missiles is really, really big. And he also has space jump, which would make it really easy to go check Gauntlet, but it seems like he's going to skip on the Gauntlet checks and get his flute. Man, so that screams to me that they need to get to Upper Norfair. Because the Varia suit and the flute are both in logic to get to Death Mountain to get you that backdoor access.
Absolutely.
With Space Jump, that's all of Bubble Mountain in logic. There's so much going on in Norfair right now. I can't imagine not pushing that.
Yeah, that is actually one of my favorite plays, is to get down to Upper Norfair as soon as possible to get that Death Mountain access. You know, try a little bit of Bubble Mountain action. There's a lot of stuff there, a lot of checks, a lot of items.
Yeah, and so Lack has only 4 missiles, and so needs to farm up a missile from one of those Zeelas, but he gets it on the second try so he can open this door. Now, all the items in here, after the one on the bridge, are out of logic, so only X-Ray is in logic right now, because in normal logic, all the rest of these are behind Speed Booster in the logic chain.
Gotcha.
So anything exciting he finds back here tells us something about where Speed Booster has to be. Although he's going to need ammo to make this happen. I think...
All right.
Oh, he found missiles, so getting bailed out.
And what is Fusion after here at the race game?
Looks like he's getting a piece of heart. And another missile pack.
Lack
so
really
that's
needs
good.
to find some supers or some power bombs here quick.
Yeah, although getting all these extra missiles is really quite a boon. He got pretty lucky with finding those first ones. In general, you want to shoot out that first pink door and then farm the Zeelas to get the other missiles and just not have to hope that you get them when you're in this room. But, you know, he did get the drops. Or you could farm the Zebs right there that come out of that pipe. And it looks like in chat we have some folks who are maybe a little less familiar with what's going on right now. So welcome to all the new Super Metroid A Link to the Past crossover randomizer viewers. You're watching the beginning of a race in the winter tournament, the 1v1 tournament, for the Super Metroid A Link to the Past crossover randomizer, a game that mashes up 2 games with independently awesome randomizers and makes an even more awesome randomizer out of them. So the items for each game are randomized between the two games, and runners will need to meet the victory objectives of defeating Mother Brain and escaping the planet, and defeating Ganon in order to fulfill the victory criterion for this game. So it's a little bit of a long race, but I think it's worth it. So grab a good drink and settle in.
Now that was an excellent summary. I have to give you credit for that. Oh, and he picks up some supers. That's good. That means at the very least he can keep going.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to continue down into Green Hill Zone here with super missiles, and is going to be able to do this backdoor spore spawn check because he has the bombs. So he has gotten really bailed out on this commitment to early Super Metroid, and honestly, I'm pretty happy about it. Nice first try there on that backdoor spore spawn.
And let's see what he gets rewarded with. Fusion, meanwhile, is doing his Lost Woods check. Oh, he's going to get his Moon Pearl.
And he's looking at that save and quit. And so, yeah, typically, to answer the question in the chat, GameStop does not very often deal in this game. And when they do get a copy in, it goes out right away. They really undervalue this one. But most runners choose to play this on either emulator or a flash cart, so they'll have copies of the original games, and then they upload them to a website from their original games that they then randomize and download a randomized ROM. And
lackattack. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it scrambles it all together. And yeah, that sword, I think you were going to mention there, AG, and this bottle.
So really, this early check turning out pretty well for him. He's got some areas that he can't check right now because he doesn't have power bombs. And also bear in mind, Fusion has the added advantage of having Varia, so that when he reaches the Norfair section, he'll have access to a bunch of items that it would be pretty difficult for Lack to deal with right now.
Not only that, but they are out of logic for lackattack. This is the normal logic of this randomizer, which affects the way items for progression can be placed in the Super Metroid side of the game, as opposed to the hard logic, which also is well developed and a lot of fun. But the normal logic cannot require you to do heated rooms without Varia, water rooms in Meridia without gravity suit, things like that. Basically, it's a little more narrow in the tricks it can require of runners.
And Mini Moldorm just having a few comfort items for Fusion.
Wow,
what did Lack just pick up there?
Look at the top of the screen. What did he just get? He got power bombs.
He got power bombs.
Wow. That is just the luckiest. Man. That is so good for lackattack to find that there. This early Super Metroid play by him really is going to pay off.
Fusion taking that long walk to Ice Rod Cave. No, you can't pick up that rock yet, buddy.
But yeah, he's going to be able to do Kraid. He's going to be able to go make checks in Upper Norfair, minus the health and Varia issue, but it's in logic for him too. But you know, more importantly, he's going to have a clean route all the way around to get back around to wherever he wants to go, probably up the elevator, maybe wrecked ship or something.
Yeah, and Fusion finding his PBs over here at Ice Rod Cave, so he will have them as soon as he goes into Super Metroid. Looks like he's setting up for a fake flipper. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see where he goes. He does not, despite all of the fish chicanery and the Houlihan farming and things, he does not have the 500 rupees he wants here, and he's gonna at least take a look up in here because he's got the Moon Pearl, so he can set up this water walk. Oh, that fairy's pissed. But
And
double
just
suits,
gets a couple of
worth
packs
it.
of supers. Lack missing that Kraid quick kill. Kraid will be going to prom.
Yeah, we get the full size of Kraid. Like, what a magnificent boss to really show you the scope of what this game was. Like, in 1994, you walk into this room, and you haven't really seen anything this big, and then this enormous sprite comes out of the ground, and like, this game's so cool.
No, it really is. It really is. And okay, Lack dispense. I remember the first time Kraid come up, you're like, "What is that thing?" Because as you said, at that point in the game, you'd seen nothing like that yet. Oh my God! And Lack finding the mitts behind Kraid.
Man, this early Super Metroid dive could not be going better for Lackattack. This is going to be really interesting.
Fusion doing Zelda's dungeon.
Yeah, trying to set up some bomb strats here.
All right, and he gets that one. More supers.
Yeah, so now FusionWarrior is going to be so stacked on ammo into Super Metroid. So he's not going to have to spend any of that time doing things like farming Zilas so he can open doors. So that's just a little what I was talking about when I was talking about how going into Super Metroid early disproportionately can cost you time, even though the items are more dense. Just, you're usually rewarded from sticking in A Link to the Past until you've got your ammo taken care of. It really did work out for Lackattack, though, which is good to see.
All right, now Fusion's got to be careful here because he only has enough bombs here to do this if he does it right. All right, he gets the first one.
Oh, that might... Okay, good. He
nice
threw
shot,
the second
buddy.
one. Yeah, he recognized that bomb explosion was really dicey to hit that blue guard. And so he is going to be able to make it down here, and as long as he uses these pots judiciously, he'll be able to kill the ball and chain, and he can reset the room.
Rod? I think I just saw Fire Rod at the high jump missile location.
I was watching FusionWarrior's screen, and so I
We're
totally
fixing to
missed
find
it.
out.
But it looks like Fire Rod has been tracked. Shoutouts again to Link Force. And Ice Rod? Did he just get 2 rods?
No, I think he you may see that Fire Rod go off. I didn't see was Fire Rod that? No, okay. All right, yeah, he thought he saw Fire Rod too. I did. You know how the sprites can be a little off-colored in Super Metroid. It looked like the Fire Rod. It looked red when you came in, but I guess it was the Ice Rod.
Yeah, also useful, just less conventionally used in runs, just because that shot is a little slower by the Ice Rod and it doesn't burn up enemies, it just freezes some of them.
And doing the Dark Old Man.
Yeah, and now with that sword that he got down in the charge beam area in Big Pink, that's a little bit easier to keep track of where you are in this room.
Now Fusion's starting his Super Metroid run. Oh, and Lack taking a death.
Yeah, I didn't catch what got him because we got FusionWarrior's audio going right now, so it's hard to tell what's going on with no sound in those dark rooms. But FusionWarrior did get his space jump.
Yeah, and he's going to have the advantage of being able to check everything as he goes. So if there's anything important here that Lack was not able to find, I can't imagine what that would be. It seemed like all of the items that he really needed were right there in his path. But if there's something here that he couldn't get to, that may prove very advantageous for Fusion.
Yeah, if there's anything behind power bombs, for instance, that's going to be really big. So, like, if Billy Mays has a required item, if Edekun's area has a required item, exactly. Those are the things to watch here. Because FusionWarrior is going to be doing roughly the same things that we just saw lackattack doing, but he is going to be able to check a few extra spots. And so if something big shows up there, that can really play a really pivotal role in how this race plays out.
All right, and now we're basically going to see some replays. Black doing the Uncle Play. We've already seen that. He's not going to get a whole lot from there.
Yeah, I want to see if Lack rushes right to Thieves Town, but oh boy. If Swamp Palace is a crystal, that could be really, really big. Because that's the only time you absolutely need flippers. Everything else you can break around. But if Swamp Palace is required, lackattack might take a minute to get back to Billy Mays, especially with Dark World open, because he has Mitts in the Moon Pearl.
Is there a workaround for a required item on Zora Ledge?
Yeah, you can set up double water walk.
Oh, okay.
And so you use the Moon Pearl plus the boots. But without boots, it might be that that they would need the flips. You could actually just do a single fake flipper with a stored water walk as well. You don't actually need to double water walk.
Gotcha.
But yeah, you would need the boots to get the Zora Ledge.
As you know, I'm not really well versed with a lot of the some of the things, some of the logic breaks that some of the people do.
That one comes up very seldom, so missing on that one. I would say I've seen it come up maybe 3 or 4 times ever.
Now, Fusion electing to do the meme route here, which I don't really agree with.
Yeah, we'll see if he takes this up through Big Pink and then checks back of Gauntlet. I can see this being a good play if he wants to get to early wrecked ship, but he doesn't have speed booster yet, so...
That's exactly what I was saying. If I don't have speed booster, it's a conditional thing. You go with what the seed is pushing you. And a lot of times I do exactly what he's doing now, especially for that back gauntlet check that you mentioned, because that can save you a lot of time and headache knowing whether or not you need to go back there. But without speed booster, the logic, he's already got Varia. He's got Space Jump now. Like you said, the logic is pretty much screaming, go to Norfair. So I would be pushing in that direction.
Although with the seed this open, the logic's kind of screaming, go everywhere, go wherever the heck you want. We got Dark World access, we got Norfair, there's 100 items open to the runners right now, which is kind of terrifying.
All right, Fusion, don't burn through all of your power bombs. You can use regular bombs to get out of here. There you go. And electing not to check wave gate. Now, he could have dropped that power bomb down more towards the right-hand corner there and opened that and wave gate at the same time and made a little bit better use of his power bombs there. So either he's going to have to farm up some or he's going to have to skip it and come back.
Yeah, I expect him to check it on his way around. I don't think you skip wave gate here on your first trip, although it's out of logic because they don't have wave beam, and he may not be comfortable with only 27 attempts at the super missile glitch. So I can see making that skip. Although I don't like not farming a power bar. Or never mind. He's got. I hope he farms these fire fleas. That's what I hope we see happening.
He's got the fire flea room, so he can get it. Lack activating that flute. Don't blame him for that one bit.
No, you can't go down. Please open the door and go farm the fire fleas, Fusion Warrior. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Yep, this is the room, buddy.
Oh man, he only wants one too.
Well, he's gonna get.
He's gonna get 4 more.
Yeah, he's gonna get more down below, and then he's naturally gonna go all the way through and check the back. So he'll get a couple of more going through there.
And now we see lackattack is back in Kakariko, and I guess he's farming up the rupees up top here. And ooh, Master Sword at the Edecunes.
Master Sword.
That's big. Nice quick drop from Fusion Warrior there. That can be a tricky one to get because it's blind when you're turning around. It's kind of all timing and feel based. But saving a few frames there.
Fusion. Okay.
And getting those deboosts.
I forgot he had Varia. That makes those little spikes there a lot less painful.
Yeah, Varia basically quadruples your health or something. Like, it reduces damage to nothing.
And half magic, Lack picking up his Varia suit from the bottle vendor.
Oh, and man, he had the mini mock out, or the short hop mock out, and then just like unmorphed a little early, I think, because I think he had what he needed out of that mock out of the Edecunes there. And yeah, so for anyone just joining us, I'm gonna take a moment while we see Fusion Warrior clean up stuff that lackattack's already done. Lackattack doing well. Now he's headed to the Dark World, so never mind. But you're watching a Super Metroid: A Link to the Past crossover randomizer. This is the winter tournament for this game, so there are many more weeks of enjoyment of this to come. And green pendant Meyer, blue pendant T-Rock, red crystals at Pod, and Skull Woods. That's a nice Dark World layout.
It is, but I don't know about you. I'm always worried about pendant. That was pendant Turtle Rock, wasn't it? Or was it
Indeed,
pendant
it
Pod?
was.
Pendant Turtle Rock just seems to troll me.
Oh, it got me good yesterday, man. It got me real good. But it means that we do need those flippers from Billy Mays, and it also means that we might not need any medallions.
That's true, but flippers definitely required. So Lack is going to have to do some backtracking to find his flippers. And the thing is now what you were saying about how the seed gives you, this seed is giving you so many places to go. You have to wonder, the natural inclination is to press forward into new territory.
Yeah,
so you know, before you go into any backtracking. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, until Lack gets throttled somewhere, I don't expect him to get back to Blue Bran. Although he may route that in with Wrecked Ship. Or it's potentially hits Super Metroid Go mode and does it right after Torian is another good time to do that check. There's so much open that I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen.
Fusion doing this back of gauntlet check, which is a great check.
Yeah, this is one of the advantages of going this route that he took, the so-called meme route through the left side exit of Blue Brinstar with power bombs, is you can do that check and then don't have to go the whole way through Gauntlet.
Fusion picking up his flute. Now, I don't think neither one of them did Bomb Torizo, I think.
We have not seen Bomb Torizo yet, that's correct. Because Lack did not have missiles, and Fusion Warrior didn't want to fight Bomb Torizo, I suppose.
Lack had 5 coming up, so he could have.
He didn't. He didn't there on the first time because he just went down the whole way, right? Or what you're saying from coming up from Blue Bryn? He right instead of left. Yeah.
Yeah, he had fair. 5 from Alpha Missiles. I believe that was vanilla Alpha Missiles. And Fusion right now has got enough ammo to kill Ridley with some left over.
Yeah, and these grasshoppers are out for blood here for lackattack. They deal 2 hearts apiece. They're pretty deceptive. So he's gonna have to.
I hate those things.
Oh yeah, they're awful. They're like the crabs of the dark world. They're deceptively strong. The crabs are murder beasts in both games, though. Like,
no, Fusion.
Get out, get out.
He's gonna be all right.
That's a pretty cool clip there that FusionWarrior got. Unintentional, but looked nice.
This is where that Varia is definitely paying off for him. Because you do not want to spend time in that acid with no suit.
Yeah, if he did not have Varia, instead of having 250 health, he would probably have like 80 right now. It just drains you so fast.
And a reset because, of course, he knows that behind that heart piece is trash. Lackattack finding a heart piece at the damsel chest.
Yeah, and so so far, I think that I think we're actually safe from the big chest because he does not have a key in his inventory. So I think the key has locked itself in the big chest, but coming in without hammer is bold. I say that having gotten punished for coming into Thieves Town without hammer yesterday. So I'm not, I'm not ragging on him for doing it, but it does look like he's going to not get punished for it, so that's good.
Oh, and look, Fusion finding tempered. So that was Master Sword, and 2 swords were locked behind power bombs.
Yeah, although that and lackattack needs to get careful about this blind fight. He
is down to half a heart
and got him.
And makes it the clutch hit. Nice job, man.
Yeah, he was in a little bit of bullet hell there, but he made it through. That was a nice end to that fight. But yeah, I think he'll find that sword there at Crateria Power Bombs when he does Wrecked Ship. Just because it's such an easy check to patch in there, whereas the other sword down at Edicoon's, that one's really out of the way. Although there are 3 items there, so
all right,
who knows?
So Fusion taking a minute to charge back up and save. Not a bad idea. And he will be checking Bomb Teresa.
And just a shield there at Sea House. So I'll kind of mention just what happened in my race yesterday. Was I did Thieves Town before Village of Outcasts, like what we see Lack doing, and then got hammer at the Sea House, and I like went on tilt for like the next 2 hours. So I'm glad that did not just happen. It was so bad. I went the whole way back through Thieves Town for that chest, and it was Super Metroid bombs in the chest. But so like it wasn't worthless, but it also was just like it felt real bad, man.
Interestingly enough, Bomb Teresa holding power bombs. So had Lack actually gone to Bomb Teresa, coming back up from Blue Bryn, he would have had his power bombs.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And that would have let him check Edicoon's and get that sword. Although he wouldn't have been able to do Billy Maze, which is where the real prize has been so far.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have bailed him out, and it actually may have ended up worse.
And he's taking the frog on a world tour. We've all done that.
You say this, but I find like I very seldom take the frog for too long of a walk because I just hate doing Smith's Chain until I have the mirror. And so when like it's mirror in purple chest, I just get so bodied. Like I just lose that race. It just doesn't even matter. Every time. Doesn't matter.
I get you. There's some things you just you personally just don't want to do.
And that last bomb for lackattack, really good tight bomb management here. He's going to want some more bombs sometime soon, but he can spend 100 rupees to buy, I think it's like 30 of them at the shop here by Dark Link's house, but Wave Beam in Hype Cave.
And Cape.
Yeah, are you one to rate Hype Caves, AG?
Yeah, I'd give that probably like a 2, because I believe we already know that the Cape item is not pretty big. I believe he went over and checked that. Did he not, or was that? Am I remembering that wrong?
I don't think we've seen that yet, but okay. I'll say, man,
I'm giving it the 2 based on Wave Beam alone because it's my favorite beam in Super Metroid.
Is that a 2 out of 10? That's a handy
beam. Yeah.
Man, you are an old school tough judge. I'm glad you are not like assessing my work. Because like everyone else is probably like, you know, that's a 6, a 6.5, and that's where I am on it. Because Wave Beam in this puts Wavegate in logic, it puts Crocomire in logic, and that cape also can be instrumental for Spike Cave and just as a really useful item in general. So
I don't like it because it sucks down magic so bad. I would prefer the blue cane for everything that you could use it for instead of cape.
Yeah, you can't spin attack effectively with the blue cane, and it generates more lag though. So you know, you pay a little for buying the cheap product on the magic economy. 300 rupees though for FusionWarrior behind Alpha Peebs is gonna make sure that he still does not have any cash troubles.
He can actually go see what's at the big swindlers. Zora himself. He loves to give me a missile pack for that 500. I don't know about you.
Man, I'm trying to remember what I got from Zora lately, and none of it's been good.
The last I was watching the Wesker Zelnus race, and Zora had bow.
Oof.
Fire Rod was on the ledge.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, at least you know you're going back for it. Like.
Oh yeah, you're going there.
Very seldom do you get through a seed without Fire Rod.
It looks like Fusion is going to do the wreck ship play.
I like this given his route.
And there's the red cane.
Strictly superior cane technology on the red cane. But, you know, mostly because it's almost always required. Although in this seed, it may not be required. So that might be, you know, kind of a garbage cane. The only way it can be required is if something is behind it in Turtle Rock or Misery Mire, both of which are optional dungeons. Or if the Big Key in Ganon's Tower is right side, or if Ice Palace logic works out a certain way. I think it's if Cold Stare has a key that cane is always required by the logic.
Gotcha. You have great knowledge of how this works. You really do, because I do not. Also, I'm going to mention, I see you probably see me muting occasionally. Forgive me, we've had a big weather change here. It got cold and wet, and I'm fighting off a little bit of a cold. I don't want to cough in the middle of the commentary, so pardon me for doing that every once in a while. I'm kind of trying to be polite here and not blow out everybody's eardrums with that.
Oh, dude, I hear you. And there is Speed Booster on the Desert Ledge for lackattack. But yeah, you know, I hope you're feeling well, and I'm glad you were still able to do this commentary. I'm also kind of coming through a bit of a cold, and so my voice is pretty weak.
High jump boots.
Yep, immediately screwing with FusionWarrior's jump height, but I think he got used to him there.
I don't care if it screws with my jump height. I'll take them.
Oh yeah, I mean, you take those high jump boots. High jump boots probably save more time in an average seed than speed boot or than Pegasus boots.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And all respect to spring ball, because there's a lot of great things that you can do with spring ball. But let's just say it right now. High jump boots is definitively the best item in Super Metroid. Period.
Oof.
It is. Hey, do some seeds without them.
Oh,
do all your seeds without them.
Trust me, I'm an expert at bootless. Okay, I know what's up.
All right, Lack checking Marshed. He's got a coin.
Early Marshed is nice. He got his Varia, so we might see this play over into Lower North Fair. And we'll see how FusionWarrior handles his Phantoon fight. So far, doing a pretty good job with it. Just trying to keep his health in good standing.
Yeah, I think he's playing it kind of cautious. He's not going for pretty. He's just going for survival, which is the technique, and that Varia is helping him out. All right, and Lack is going to check. All right, nothing above the Crumble Bridge.
And I like this decision. We'll see if he chooses to reset out of here. Oh no, he is all in on fighting GT, and GT is using super missiles on lackattack, and it's turning out to be very effective. He's got to be careful about this. He cannot take too much more. Oh, he's trying to crystal flash. What? You can't crystal flash like that. Oh, he is getting super
he's gonna get hammered if you don't.
You gotta get out there.
He got him.
Oh my gosh, that was unconventional and terrifying.
Meanwhile, Fusion is farming him up some health. He got a little bit low. But yeah, very nice save by Lack there. I guess he didn't realize that he had too much energy to crystal flash.
I really thought he was trying to crystal flash there, which he didn't have energy for, and if he tried, GT was going to wander over, and because you don't get iframes when you crystal flash, you take the attack damage every frame, and GT has the highest offensive capability outside of Mother Brain 3 in the entire game. And so that was going to end badly for him.
Now that's interesting. I believe Lack did a save and quit before he picked up his speed booster.
He couldn't get to speed booster. He does not have the Book of Medora, nor does he have the mirror.
Okay, all right, my bad.
Oh, and this this Phantoon fight has turned a little Monka S over here for FusionWarrior. He does have another hit plus reserves. It looks like he might be cashing his reserves in manually, which, because these flames are going to dissipate on contact, this doesn't actually give him any sort of extra hits, but, you know, it really kind of works out to be just about the same.
Stop doing it. Spam the missiles, buddy.
Yeah. Phantoon could take a super at this point and be done. All these fast, though.
All these oh man, no, do not go jumping around, man. Get that energy.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta get those health drops. Get them. Oh Jesus.
Oh,
super the ghost. Just one time.
Fusion, I'm an old man.
He's trying to farm health. Oh okay, my God. Did you just see that? Just shoot the ghost, please.
I'll clip this on the replay if nobody else does. All right, you guys, you got some drops. Please shoot the damn ghost. Sorry.
All right. Oh nope. Another fast.
Now I know why I can't get them, because Fusion gets them all. Fusion, oh.
Fusion might have the best Super Metroid cart of all time.
And my apologies to Lack. I have no idea what he's found.
I can't look away. He made it.
Oh my God! Thank you.
All right, first try.
Nice job, Fusion.
Yeah, made it through that Phantoon.
I love you, man.
Hopefully he gets some good drops here.
You're taking years off my life, which I can't afford, but I love you, man.
Man, those Fantoon drops were about as bad as they always are.
Okay. Like taking a save.
Yeah, if anybody saw what happened in the Ice Beam area, I don't know if Link Force even could do it. But, oh, interesting routing here. Over toward Bubble Mountain there, going top route for lackattack. Okay, Grapple was in Crumble Tower. So,
Okay.
Thank you to Link Force.
Thank you.
That, I don't think puts anything in logic at this point, but it could be instrumental for Shack Tool later. So, it's a good item.
Yeah, with them having space jump, that's the only thing really that it adds to the pool, I believe.
Yeah, because all the other grapple progression is also space jump progression. The only thing that
Although I prefer to do, if I've got low energy, I don't know about you, I prefer to do X-ray with grapple because you don't get knocked down on the spikes even if you take a hit.
Yeah, although with space jump, you've generally got enough iframes that even if the waiver hits you, it doesn't hit you that hard, and it would hit you whether you had grapple or whether you're using grapple or not too.
Did Fusion save?
I believe so. And some spring ball tech there. This is another reason spring ball is awesome. Yeah. This is one of the cool things about Super Metroid is how many different ways people have to do these rooms. And just a reserve and missiles at the Norfair Reserve today for lackattack. Nice deboost there off of... It's not an Alcoon, whatever that seahorse guy is.
I think they're actually called dragons, aren't they?
Got me.
And the book at Wreck Ship E-Tank.
Now that's big because that's Speed Booster.
That is Speed Booster.
If Wreck Ship Reserve is an item, I kind of want to rush Speed Booster and go right back for whatever it is and see how badly the CD is going to jerk.
Of course, at this point, Fusion does not know where Speed Booster is yet, I don't believe.
No, he has not been to the desert area yet. Oh, you gotta get out.
No.
Shoutouts to Various Suit.
Shoutouts to nitroglycerin pills. Dude. It looked like he was just going to hop over the spikes. Black picking up, I think, his second bottle.
I like how Link Force is asking chat if he missed anything because he knows we didn't see it.
Yeah.
Nice ceiling clip there from FusionWarrior. Very nice. Gotten. Really nice job.
A little high on that power bomb. Did it still? No, it didn't get that. But he's got enough ammo to just plow through these guys and not worry about it.
Yeah, and lackattack is into double chamber. Some folks will lobby for this being the actual worst room in the game in Super Metroid, and I understand why they have a case for that. But we'll see if there's anything here at Wave Beam. Yeah, E-Tank isn't so bad. We'll take that. And right side missiles in Wrecked Ship is just some amount of rupees. I think that was a 50, but I didn't see the number too well. And I see already the who is winning questions coming in. We're about 50 minutes into what is probably a 3-hour randomizer. So right now we're all just winning. Sit back and enjoy the race, and we'll be able to assess that later. But it's a little too early for that.
Yeah, it is way too early to try to say who's ahead because they have diverged so much. Which that's something I like in a race is divergence.
Yeah, unlike the plain Super Metroid randomizer, and even to some extent the same link or the plain A Link to the Past randomizer, the routes in this are so various and so multidimensional that you can really see divergence in just about every seed. It's very uncommon that two people route seeds identically.
And Fusion finding out that he will not pay a price for not having Speed Booster, just a missile pack at Wreck Ship Reserve. I'm sure he's happy to see that. Now, he needs to be a little careful with his health here. Fusion, didn't check the left eye? Fusion.
I think I saw him space jump up there earlier.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
see what it was, but I guess it was not worth getting. Oh, he's gonna... Those pancakes hit hard.
Thanks, Link. Yes, they do.
And another E-Tank for lackattack down here at Croc. Vanilla Croc E-Tank. These extra E-Tanks are really, really worth it this early. Just... He's going to have so much more health, say, when he gets to Phantoon, that he can just dumpster the fight and still be completely fine and not have to get into a worrisome situation.
Absolutely. Plus, there's no reason to not pick them up till you got at least 7.
Yeah, 7 is the number that you need if you want to do stand-up glitch. And so we will see most runners grab E-Tanks up to 7. Although, with the Super Metroid item fanfare completely eliminated in the Super Metroid side of the game, the Link to the Past fanfare is still there, but with its normal length. The Super Metroid fanfare normally like 6 to 7 seconds. Having that gone really incentivizes picking up a lot of extra things in Super Metroid that are a little more auxiliary that you would see people skip in a normal Super Metroid randomizer.
All right, and nothing right there for Fusion. I don't think that Lack has really seen any kind of payoff from Croc as yet, other than that E-Tank. And
no, he hasn't.
All right, so Fusion has finished his wreck ship exploration. Let's hope he doesn't get knocked off by a battle crab here.
He's got enough health to take a battle crab hit, but yeah, those battle crabs are jerks. And lackattack going for the deboost exit, but just having a little bit of trouble there. But he'll be able to go check the pantry item, as well as the vanilla grapple beam location, which we know will not be vanilla this time. And what do you think FusionWarrior does next here? Go back to a link.
He's going to fill up. He's going to fill up. He probably will. He's going to want to activate his flute. He has not yet.
Yeah. Did we see Upper Red Tower from him?
No, we did not.
Ooh, Croc. Did you catch that on Lackattack's screen?
I believe that was Fire Rod.
That is exactly what it was.
That
is
a huge payoff.
Big, big find.
But again, Ice Palace is a crystal in this, correct?
Yes, Ice Palace is a crystal.
And Swamp. So
Ice you can break, but Swamp you cannot. He will need to find the flippers to do Swamp.
Yeah. And Fusion, I have to say I agree with this, what he's about to do. He knows he cannot pick up this item, which is the Criteria Supers. But while he's right here, he's going to take a look. That way, and it is Ice Beam.
That is actually a really nice find, because he can grab that pretty modularly at any point, and it's really going to be most useful for Torian, unless he decides to go the whole way through the front of Suitless Meridia, but that's not in logic, and that's not something I would expect to see him go for. Nice corner boost there, falling down the climb. And let's see, lackattack. We'll see where he's going.
Oh, he's going to put that fire rod to use, I imagine. No? Okay, I'm wrong. Fusion, it looks like is heading back. I guess he's going to take this route, and now he's heading down to Norfair.
Yeah, whereas it looks like lackattack is headed for Skullwoods, and maybe that that check on the Bumper Cave. So we'll see what we find at the Bumper Cave today. And an E-Tank, and looks like he's going for it. And getting a little murder-dactyled there.
Those things are terrible.
Yeah, this is going to be another E-Tank. And so that gets him to, I think, 6 E-Tanks? And yeah, this is the X-ray check I expected to see from FusionWarrior.
And it's a good check. You're on your way down there, you have space jump. He even has enough ammo to Crystal Flash if he really gets in trouble, but he makes it through.
And we're into Skullwoods. And we'll see, there's 2 items here in Skull, so we'll see what lackattack ends up finding. X-ray, unfortunately, was not all that exciting.
Yeah, don't skip that chest lack. Oh, gets knocked down in the... But that key good to find, because he can take the shortcut way out of here. And finding big key.
Yeah, we'll see what method he uses to go to the big chest here. I think the conventional wisdom is the easiest way is this bomb jump. And I think that's the best thing available to him. It looks like he has it. Yeah, there you go. So there's a 2-pixel window for that, so it can be a little tough. There's not a great visual cue. There are some easier ways to set it up. And now, what is lackattack doing? I guess he's trying to farm up some health here. And that's a dangerous game with these Ropas, because those things hop so erratically.
And they hurt.
Yeah, they do.
It's surprising how much a little Fraggle Rock looking thing will hurt you. But it hurts. Now, I missed it. Lack did not check the big key item, did he?
No, he bomb jumped across.
Oh, that's right. It was
nothing exciting. Yeah, it was a dungeon item.
Okay, and Fusion heading down to Kraid. He's going to do battle with Kraid, and then he's going to be really happy when he finds those mitts.
Lackattack taking a death. I think that was an intentional death there to just get some extra hearts back.
Not a bad play.
Yeah, and FusionWarrior is about to get his Titan's mitts here, provided he can survive the dance. Or can say no altogether.
after he survived Fantoon, I don't think Kraid should give him that much of a problem.
Oh yeah, I believe in Fusion Warrior's likelihood to succeed at this. And this is an interesting call from Lackattack, going for this chest first and deboosting a little off of those spikes. Let's see what we get. It's a piece of heart, not the refill. And yeah, he's gonna Death Warp again. I guess he must have been just low enough on health that he wanted to do that first, just in case it turned out to be a sword or something to make Moth a little easier.
Not a bad play, really.
And that was a really interesting strat there from Fusion Warrior, getting all up in Kraid's face.
And there it is. He gets his mitts.
And also is taking out some of these Gibdos here. But yeah, saving a little bit of magic for Moth. And thankfully he has that extra small key, so he's not going to need to kill this Gibdo in the next room. So he's going to be able to save that Fire Rod shot. Or not have to do, like, spike strats. Oh, but no, that Gibdo's just going to drop a key. Like, you don't want to fight that guy.
Because it takes so much to kill him.
Yeah, you can hit him into the spikes twice, which is what it looks like he's trying to do, but he's just going to give you another small key, man. I guess muscle memory is a pretty strong thing, and so sometimes you're conditioned to just kill that Gibdo. Yeah, this Fighter Sword Greenmail Moth is going to be...
not the most fun fight.
It's a tricky one. This fight, because of all the various degrees of RNG, like, it can really get out of hand. Oh, he is unleashing the bee. This will damage Moth, but it also makes him jump erratically around the arena. And so I hate bee Moth, but it looks like he's doing a pretty good job. And yeah, using that red potion. That is a good decision, because if he got a hit from Moth, that would have been the 2 hearts that he had left. Ooh, and now the bee is gone. But Moth should be just about dead. I think it's 16 Fighter Sword slashes. I don't know how bee damage factors into that, but I think a couple more good hits. He could be using spins.
Fusion picking up his blue cane, which is going to make for a walk in the park blind fight.
Ooh.
Oh, and Lack taking a death, man.
I thought he had it in a good position, and then he let Moth bounce up into him, and yeah, he is going to nope out of that. He'll be back later once he's got that tempered sword. And there's that grapple beam for Fusion Warrior, and he's thinking about it.
Don't you pass it up, boy.
Like,
don't you do it.
You got space jump. You can make this happen.
And Lack heading back into Super Metroid, it looks like.
So at this point, there's, of course, the stuff that he skipped. There's all of wrecked ships still for him, because he hasn't done that. And so I expect to see the wrecked ship play here from Lackattack.
Okay, heading into a pretty comfortable bomb Torizo fight. I think he can make it through this unscathed. Okay, now Fusion has opted to dip back into Zelda, which I understand. He's got a lot of items here. He's got a lot of places here he can check now.
Yeah, plus he's got tempered sword, he's got pretty good health, and he's got a dead rock in the doorway.
Oh, you blind. That right there is the #1 thing I hate in this game. Are those dead rocks. I hate those things.
Man, there's so much I hate about this game. Like, the dead rocks might not even be the top thing.
And Fusion doing the dark old man.
Yeah, so FusionWarrior, we've got his audio while he's doing this, so we'll have a little bit better of an idea of how it's going. So what he's doing is he's watching the sword sparkles to be sure that he's moving in the right directions. And Lackattack is going to find his nothing here at the front of Gauntlet, but we'll see if he carries this through the back of Gauntlet. Looks like he is going to. And then he might head down to Blue Brinstar, Edecoons, and like loop back in all that power bomb stuff he didn't get the first time. And oh wow. Wow. That's a big find there for FusionWarrior.
What did he just get? Gravity, okay.
Yeah, the old man handing out suits. Don't know what he was doing with that, but you know.
And ferret, exactly. Troll squirrels. Thank you. I will refer to them as that henceforth. Troll squirrels.
That's interesting because we've seen the other fire source in Fire down at Croc, and so we know Lamp can't be behind gravity. And so that's interesting. It means that Lamp absolutely cannot be in Meridia. That's a pretty inconsequential thing, especially because we do have the other fire source. It's not really going to affect a lot of routing unless either of the runners decide that they really do want the Lamp for their run. But yeah. It is interesting to find something in a sequence broken location whenever you do it.
And Fusion finding Hammer.
Wow.
I don't understand. I thought he was on the correct ledge there. Was I wrong?
That is the incorrect
Not that one,
ledge.
Fusion.
Yeah, he doesn't want that. This is the bottom here. Yeah, you don't want this.
Go back where you were, Fusion.
He wants that full decanter though. That's a good drop. And yeah, Lackattack on his way over to here to Upper Red Tower wrecked ship area did do that Criteria Peebs check, get his Master Sword.
Good job for him.
We'll see if Fusion chooses the right hole this time. Should be good. There we go.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Got him.
And that hammer is pretty huge for him.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have hook shot, so that's a part of potentially sort of East Death Mountain access if it couples with the mirror. And it also opens easier Dark World. And it's good that he found that after finding the Titan's Mitts, because it won't put him in the Dark World. You know, I guess it won't put him in the Dark World without both of his glove upgrades. So he'll be able to do things like hammer pegs on his first pass, or Big Chest Thieves Town, which he won't be able to do because the key is in there, but...
Fusion, why didn't you just go right and get your fairy refills there?
Yeah. Maybe he's going to set up a Death Warp here off the Smoldorms.
And it looks like Lack not finding anything great in the Red Tower area. Fusion heading back up.
Yeah, I think that this Upper Red Tower check was just something to patch in before doing Wrecked Ship, so this is pretty good. And,
Fusion
with
gonna do
half
Spike
magic
K.
and hammer. Yeah, this is a good call. He's gonna have to switch over to his cane, but he's good to go.
And you were correct. Lack is making the wreck ship play. He's about to find his red cane. Oh, and Fusion just rewarded with 3 bombs there.
Yeah, and a nice death warp here from FusionWarrior. That was a pretty heads-up play by him. We'll see where he goes from here.
I would expect him to go activate that flute like ASAP.
I agree. And then I kind of want to see him go to Lower Norfair with all those super missiles, but I'm not sure if he's comfortable with that. Because he can flute to Meyer and then just backdoor in, and he's got everything he would need to do Lower Norfair, except potentially some E-tanks and beams. But he's got so many supers plus grapple for easy farm on the Zebos that I think that that's the most likely place for our next progression. It's pretty item dense and fairly linear.
Plus, you've already mentioned that Lamp can't possibly be in Meridia, so I would say that Lower Norfair would be the logical place to go for it, since he's already checked Criteria, Wreck Ship, and Norfair. He hasn't seen Bubble Mountain yet, I don't think, but we know it's not there.
Yeah, I mean, Meridia also is a potential play, but he knows that Ice Beam is behind Speed Booster right now, and so until he finds speed, he can't go the whole way through the front of Meridia. So I'm inclined to stay the heck away from there for now.
All right, and he is activating that flute. Yeah, if it's me right now, I've got Gravity and Varia and Space Jump and regular bombs and all that ammo. I'm going to look.
Yeah, and lackattack here into the Fantoon fight. We'll see if this one goes better for him. He's got a lot of extra E-tanks, so I think that he should be in good shape. But Fantoon is still a pretty bad fight, so we'll see how it goes.
If he had charge to go with that wave beam, it could go a lot faster.
I'm so bad at X factors. I haven't put the work into learning them. I've probably put maybe an hour or 2 into it, and I'm still just garbage at it.
Is the way to go. The hybrid strat is the way to go.
I feel like if I just commit to learning hybrid Fantoon, I probably cut 50 within the next 20 runs I do for any percent, but I'm also lazy, and I don't like the strat that much, so...
I learned it in less than a day. I'm telling you, it's that easy.
Ooh, and Fantoon is not happy.
No.
He's got 100 health left, and so he is going to do his best to fight off lackattack with all he's got.
But Lack has enough to just tank this. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, he could tank this, but he would come out with not great health.
All right, Fusion doing his Dark Kakariko checks. Getting another 20.
And I need to step away for just a second, AG, but I will be right back. But it's in your hands. I trust you.
All right, I appreciate it. Okay, Lack successfully dispatching the ghost. And he will be heading on. Fusion, meanwhile, picking up that red shield. At this point, still anybody's race. No clear leader. Lack does, of course, have a crystal. He has blind down. Fusion starting his Thieves Town check. Lack's gonna like seeing this E-tank. That's gonna top him off just in time to go to Spiky Death Room. Yeah, Link. That's what I was saying. Because of the diversity of the routes and the difference in their equipment, it's hard to say who has the advantage because, again, Fusion has gravity. He has the tempered sword. He has flippers. So it is still definitely anybody's race right now. Even though Lack has the crystal, if you press me on it, I would have to say that Fusion has the advantage. Master, there was a sword at Criteria Power Bombs, and there was a sword down at Edicombs. Algernon. Oh, I'm sorry, Zen Trigger. Thanks, Algernon. And Lack picking up his book. And he knows that that gives him speed booster because he's already seen what is on the ledge at Desert.
Hey.
Hey, welcome back, Maniacal.
I'm back. Did I miss anything?
Lack just picked up his book. And Fusion is making his way through Thieves Town. I was just pointing out that Lack now knows he can pick up speed booster because he has seen what's on the desert ledge. He knows it's there.
Yes,
and Fusion, already having his book, will be able to pick it up as soon as he goes that way.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Lack prioritizes getting over that way. Especially Mitts and Flute. Like, that could put him back over at the desert area and send him with that speed booster to Lower Norfair, which I'm still feeling Lower Norfair. Like, I think that's the play.
I am too. And another thing, being as how Fusion has gravity, once he picks up that speed booster, that gives him full Meridia access as well. So, you know, especially with Space Jump. So
yeah, he knows where Ice Beam is.
Weapons free. Yeah, exactly. So I was saying it's hard to pick, you know, really who's ahead because of diversity. But if you press me, I would have to give the edge to Fusion right now.
Oh, man.
Even though Lack is a crystal, has got a crystal up ahead of him.
I think I'd give it narrowly to Lack right now. Predicated mostly on volume of checks. But yeah, I mean, this is still way too close to call, and there's a ton of race left.
I've said I'm really enjoying it though. This has been a good race.
Yeah, if y'all are enjoying the race, feel free to go give the runners a follow, show them some love. Both clearly very good runners and are going to be, you know, in this tournament for 5 more weeks and showing off some real good crossover rando skills. FusionWarrior, I also happen to know, you know, really good at collecting Mewtwo's. I think he has like an enormous collection of Mewtwo stuff. Like, dude's just, you know, loves Mewtwo, which I think is great. Because who doesn't like Mewtwo, really?
Now I'm going to show that I'm a completely out of the loop old man. I have no idea what that is.
It's a Pokemon.
Oh. Yeah.
Mewtwo's pretty sweet. I don't know too much about him, so I'm just going to say he's sweet. We all love Link Force the Tracker, who feels unloved right now. So even though we've shouted him out before, we are going to shout him out again because he's doing some good work, keeping on it. And while we're shouting out crew, I'm going to say, go give my co-commentator Ancient Gamer a follow, because you know, if you are enjoying his lovely voice and want to hear it say, you know, more dirty words than he can say on stream, and watch some good Super Metroid rando and crossover rando, his channel's the place to be.
Yes, if you love cranky old fat guys, I'm the way to go. But if you like a really skilled runner that has really in-depth knowledge of everything he does, follow Maniacal there. Oh, Fusion taking a death there.
Blind
Which,
is
by the way, I meant to say
taking
congratulations on your win. I did not congratulate you on your win.
Oh, well, thank you. I don't, here I am. I don't even know if you've played your match for the week because I've been so busy.
Sunday.
Oh, well, everyone tune into that. What's the matchup?
Me against ISIS. ISIS.
Oh, that's
Isothesis, ISIS,
Yeah.
Isothesis. I don't know how it's pronounced. But they're from Belgium. They're from Belgium. So it's like at 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, Iris,
not ISIS.
I don't know how
Iris,
they
bad.
pronounce their second part of their name, but Iris is pretty good. I remember when I looked at the chat early in the week, I did not know how to call that one. You both are so good. I'm excited to watch that one.
Fusion going back in for round 2. Turning on the cane a little early there.
Yeah, I think Half Magic's gonna get him there, though. Oh!
Oh!
I have no idea what hit blind there, but it worked. How many
clutch kills is that for Fusion now? 3? Something like that. Okay. And Lack making use of his flute. Yep, he is heading straight for that speed booster.
Yeah, and that's not a shock at all. I mean, knowing you can go get Speed Booster, which is one of those items that just differentially saves time every room you do with it, especially once you already have high jump boots. Like,
yeah,
you go get it.
Definitely, you go get it. And yeah, having high jump boots so you don't have to deal with the crappy jump physics that Speed Booster gives you without high jump boots. Yeah, you go get them. Speed Booster, high jump boots, and space jump is a very effective combination for movement in Super Metroid.
Yeah, Speed Booster without high jump boots really affects the jump height in a way that throws a lot of people off. But once you got those high jump boots, it's all upside.
All right, so Fusion not getting rewarded by that digging game check. It looks like he's going to do the frog sequence now, or at least part of it.
And I guess I was spending time shouting out Fusion. I'd feel remiss if I didn't spend some time shouting out Lackattack, an absolutely amazing multi-game runner. I know. Very well known for Z1 or Legend of Zelda on the Nintendo. I'm glad to see him, throwing his hat into this ring and participating in the SMZ3 crossover tournament. It's always good to see names you know from other communities show up here. So, be sure to give him a follow.
Is this our first look at Sahasrara?
Ooh. I do not think so, but it might be, actually. Yeah, actually, this might be our first look at Sash Closet.
And picking up the Sephi-approved beam, Spazer. Fusion, meanwhile, has gotten his wave and his cape. And he's toting around his pet frog. Now, interestingly enough here, Fusion, by virtue of having the hammer, where is he going? Did he forget to check Stumpy? I thought he checked Stumpy.
Huh.
No, he must not have.
He must not have, because he doesn't have mirror. So unless he forgot that he checked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now he'll do a save and quit.
And Lack, I think, forgetting he didn't have flippers there and trying to go into the waterfall cave. But heading for Zora. This is going to be our first look at Zora.
All right, and nothing on the ledge.
Yeah, new location coming up on left screen. While FusionWarrior is, you know, bringing this dwarf all around. I don't think we've seen Purple Chest yet, have we?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
I believe Lack did the
Smith.
The Smith, but not the chest.
No. Where are you fluting to? Fluting to 3? That's a little quicker. And Zora today is 500 rupees for a plasma beam. I'd say that was worth it.
Yeah, I'd pay 500 for plasma.
Oh, for sure. I think lackattack's probably pretty happy with that exchange.
Especially with him already having wave. Now he really needs his charge, and he's got an awesome beam combo.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you get charged in plasma, you're set up to, you know, really not have to look too aggressively for ammo. And FusionWarrior might also be headed for Zora.
Yep.
It is an interesting way to go there, but it will work. He will arrive at Zora. And with the flippers, he'll be able to do the waterfall cave, but of course, we saw him fake flipper that earlier.
Yeah, so he got that double set of supers earlier, so he's...
Yeah, they're in logic now, but he's going to blow right by it. Although now he does have a bottle that he could throw at the ferry.
Yes, and get a free refill, that's correct.
Instead of getting yelled at. So you'll often see people try and stay out of walking in this shallow water because of the way Link moves. So when Link is walking cardinally on the grass, he'll move at 6 pixels every 4 frames. Whereas when he is walking in the shallow water, he moves at 5 pixels every 4 frames. So he's slowed down quite a bit when he's in the shallow water, which is why you'll see people be so aggressive about pumping or avoiding shallow water and deep grass.
Now this is good. Lack is going to get his ice beam here.
Yeah, he'll be the first to ice beam. Although he's going to check it first and see if he really wants to go through this trouble. And FusionWarrior is discovering that speed booster, so he's going to go right for it.
Now I believe in that desert was boots locked. I think that's why Lack didn't go ahead and go through there.
Yeah, because Lack had gloves and a fire source, so it would make sense that because Desert's a crystal, he would have gone for it. Now, this is going to be a tough way for Lack to get through these. I don't know what these ones are called. I just call them like little booger enemies. But he's either going to have to get this D-boost, charge going the other way, and then charge so he'll have echoes going through, or, oh wow, he almost was able to use his iframes to space jump and still get that. That's something I haven't seen before. But he could also use 3 power bombs. Yeah, that's what I did yesterday. Oh.
You can waste a lot of time in here.
And shout outs to one of our other tournament competitors just showing up in chat. And I see Zelnas TV. How'd the race go today, Zelnas? I know you were racing earlier. You had a race against Wesker, right? Is that right? I thought you said you were watching it, AG. Was it Zelnas and Wesker were playing?
Yes, it was Zelnas and Wesker.
Yeah, hopefully that was a good one. But yeah, there's so many good races happening.
I was watching when I was watching it. I hated to tear myself away, but I had to do commentary.
Well, hopefully you're finding this one worth it. I think this has been a pretty good race so far.
Oh yeah, this has been good. It's still good. Now, I got to point out here, Fusion just picked up his speed booster. If I'm Fusion at this point, I'm doing these checks, and then I'm heading to Lower Norfair.
Yeah, I'm
just straight up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that he didn't do that, but I guess he does just want to knock out again. I'd be sure he didn't miss something in Sphere 1 that maybe Lackattack has had for an hour and a half. And so I get that. I get prioritizing again, even though it's inefficient, just because if you're already behind, you may as well, like, stem the bleeding a little bit. But at the same time, I want to see him get into Lower Norfair as soon as possible.
Yes, old Mother Brain Missiles was checked. Does anyone know how ancient gamer is? Yes, I happen to know.
So, before we meme on your age, I want to point out that Lackattack is about to go get his Billy Mays flips, which this is big. This is going to help, you know, bring him back into this race if he was behind, which I'm not convinced he was, honestly. But this was one of the big things that needed to happen for him to move forward in the race.
Now, this is one of the things that I gave Fusion the edge on. This definitely, I would say, even though Fusion has gravity at this point, I would say that this definitely puts Lack back in. Now, if Fusion capitalizes here, if, let's say, for example, he does go into Lower Norfair and find something like bow, mirror, lamp, or you know, one or more of those, then I would go back to giving him the edge at this point. But it's pretty tight. Being as how, you know, at this, Lack has both Fire Rod and Ice Rod at this point. So hard not to give him the advantage because he's playing catch up real quick. And here is Fusion.
Yeah, so we'll see. Fusion thinking about that GT fight, but looks like he might decide against it.
Now, we know this is the correct call.
Yeah, he's thinking.
He went in.
That's all right. It's honestly not that slow to reset out of this if he decides that he doesn't want what's in here and then come back via fluting. And looks like that's what's going on.
Yeah, that's typically what I do. I just go in there and check. And if there's nothing I want, I reset, come down, go back into Zelda, flute over, go back in, and go clear Lower Norfair.
Yeah, I think that that's viable. With the amount of supers that FusionWarrior has, but no charge but having grapple, I think it's a little 50-50, just because you do have to do this ship to parlor to flute to mire thing, and he could pretty easily powerbomb farm the Ripper 2s in the room on his way out to get his super count back up. But it's kind of, you know, a 50-50. But
yeah.
Oh, go ahead, AG.
Lack finding powder at Waterway, which is one of my favorite items in Zelda.
Yeah, and that's something new, and that's something that FusionWarrior is not likely to get back to. So that's a big find. It's an even bigger find if it turns into anything over at the Magic Bat.
Also going to point out, at this point, Fusion has forgotten to turn on his plasma beam.
I don't know if it's forgotten just yet. But
thank you, buddy.
I was gonna say,
is he listening or what?
Get out the voice channel, Fusion. Nah, he isn't listening. He knew he had plasma. Nice deboost there off of the big side hopper for Lackattack. I like that strat a lot.
And I like this play. He is going on into Lower Norfair, which is what he needs to do.
Yeah, this is big, and he is going to farm up those supers here from these Ripper 2s.
Yeah, because at this point, he's got at least 50. I know he can hold at least 50. So, all right, he's confident with that. Yeah, 42, I'd go for 42.
Yeah, 42 is a good number.
Because he's got the farming beam too.
It looks like he was going for that Stutter 3 from the indoor setup for fast pillars. But now he's going from another room, which I think you can do it as a one-tap from here. But now he's thinking about the gate glitch. This...
Yeah. You're right, Madagascar. It is on delay. I didn't think about that. Why are you trying to gate glitch, Fusion?
I think he wants to get the through door set up for fast pillars, but now he's going to want to farm the rippers again, so he's going to go back through the left door. This is going to turn into a little bit of a time black hole for him. But
meanwhile, Lack is about to get his tempered sword. Check off another item he has caught up on there. I don't understand what Fusion was doing there in the other room. He didn't need to farm those 2 power bombs. You know, he had plenty. He's got regular bombs. He had no worry about getting soft lock. All right, so might want to open that door, buddy. Okay, he's having trouble with the... Now hit down. There you go.
yeah, Lackattack has gotten back and gotten through getting a lot of the items he had missed earlier from not having power bombs, and ultimately it didn't take him a ton of time to get back there, although things were really drying up. Because we have to remember that this gravity is still out of logic because we haven't seen the lamp yet. Although the lamp could be here in Lower Norfair because we did have sort of the other direction access for Lower Norfair via Meyer with the mitts and flute. And
the Varia and the high jump, because isn't Lava Dive in logic as long as you have high jump boots and Varia?
Not in the normal mode, it's not.
Not in the normal? Okay.
In normal, the only logical ways into Lower Norfair, which is why it can be such a big signal in this mode, are to have gravity, Varia, space jump, plus the other items you need to access it, which FusionWarrior has but knows that it's behind the lamp. Or a way into Meyer, like flute plus mitts, of course. And then Varia suit plus a way back out of GT's area.
Gotcha. And some mail enhancement there for Fusion. I'm sure you'd be glad to see that.
Yeah, he's been wandering around in green mail quite a bit. And looks like Lack might be headed back to finish off Moth now that he's got that tempered sword. As expected, you know, getting that tempered sword and saying, okay, I can go get my revenge.
Yeah, what is it? It's four tempered sword hits, right?
Yeah, four tempered sword swings, slashes will kill Moth, and tempered sword spins don't actually upgrade the damage because they would deal spike tier damage, which normally is 0 for Moth. And Bombos Medallion here at Firefleas.
Please get off those spikes, Fusion.
They're only 15 a pop because of that Varia, but that's still 15 more health than you want to be wasting on that right now. And Lackattack getting Moldormed on there a little bit, but making it through. And this is good by FusionWarrior taking advantage of having Wave and Plasma to just take out these Key Hunters. These red Key Hunters deal, I want to say, 50 per hit to Gravity plus Varia.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Yeah, it's 100 to just Varia in normal Super Metroid, at least. I don't know if that carries over. Oh, he wants to go back for that. Oh, that sucks. He got that full decanter drop from from, I think it was the Gibdo in the previous room, and then just hit the door at, you know, at the wrong time. And yeah, these Disgigas also deal a lot of damage. Everything in Lower Norfair is pretty vicious. This is kind of your end game area, but nice second try Moth there from lackattack.
Very nicely done.
Just getting missiles, so he's not going to feel like he missed out on too much. But did have to come back through the dungeons, so that always feels like a little bit of a loss.
Alright, so Fusion going to go ahead and check Power Bomb's a shame.
Yeah, and PB's a shame, just rupees. So what he can do here is he can take a spike hit and then Crystal Flash, and I think that's probably his best available line, but I don't know if he sees it. Well, he took the spike hit
it now.
So we're in good shape, and yeah, he saw the line. Good, I like this play.
Absolutely, because he can farm this ammo back up pretty quick.
Yeah, with Grappling Beam, all he needs to do is get through Metal Pirates, and he'll have those pools of Zebos to farm up RBO style.
And that's one. And that's the other. Okay.
Yeah, nicely done. And what do you think lackattack does here? I'm having a little bit of trouble because things have really dried up. I think it's Lower Norfair or bust at this point for Lack, but he might be going for that purple chest play. I think that's where he's headed.
It looks like he's going to finish that out.
Which, that kind of routes cleanly into Lower Norfair, although you're just going to stop and flute anyway. So it's not like it actually gets you there quicker. And so what he should do here is save and quit, and then flute to 7. Which is a lot faster than what he's doing. But if he doesn't know that the purple chest persists through a save and quit, this is his fastest way. Oh, is he not done digging game? The digging Alex Baldwin does not like when you have anything following you,
nope.
So he's about to get chastised a little bit. Yeah, that was what he was going for. And FusionWarrior is farming using Plasma, which is effective, but not as effective as the grapple farm here. So if and when you watch this back, FusionWarrior, use your grapple beam.
Because you can just stand there and collect.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to jump around. You don't have to do all... There you go.
All right, he gotta be listening. He's on a 15-minute delay. He cannot possibly be listening, but he's gotta be listening. he's all about turning on Plasma and getting his Crystal Flash, and now he's got his grappling beam going on. This is great.
Okay, Lack, it looks like, is doing the Eastern play.
Okay, so Bowless Eastern Pod.
Well, he can't. He doesn't have Hammer yet, though. So it's
wow,
Eastern play.
Where was Hammer again? I forgot he didn't have that.
Hammer was in Spectacle Rock Cave.
Oh yeah, wow. He still hasn't been up that way because it's only a couple items. Because Old Man's out of logic. It's just, you know, it's such a treasure trove of high value items with Hammer and Gravity.
Oh, remember he tried it. He died before he completed the Old Man. That's why he didn't get his Gravity, and that's why he didn't climb up and see that Hammer at Spectacle Rock.
We totally, while we were watching FusionWarrior, missed the bow at Purple Chest, so that's big.
Oh, okay.
So all due apologies to lackattack and everyone who had to correct us on that one. We were so distracted by the failure to grapple farm that that we totally missed a big item, and that's actually a really big advantage for lackattack right now, and I like seeing him press that advantage.
Yes, I do apologize, chat. Feel free to deduct it out of my pay. I'm sorry.
You'll see not a dime.
And Fusion Using an interesting technique for fighting Ridley.
Yeah.
But she ought to have this.
Yeah. So Fusion's one of our players who, you know, basically says that, you know, playing for long amounts of time is pretty uncomfortable, so it's good to see him, you know, battle through these games, but sometimes you'll see him do maneuvers that involve fewer inputs than some of the more optimal things, predicated on just wanting to be able to, you know, complete the runs.
Did he save?
With fewer inputs, and I do not know, but I hope he did, because Ridley is pissed.
Oh, and there's a death.
And Lamp in Eastern.
Lamp
so
in Eastern, that was big.
And it looks like he did save.
All right.
Ooh, actually, no, this is not the save that I want it to be, is it? Oh, it is. Okay. I was thrown off. Oh, that's Fire Flea Tank that's on the map there. Okay.
Okay, you thought, yeah. Ooh, yeah, that had me worried for a minute. Lack, meanwhile, has made a great play. He's gone and gotten his lamp. This is my turn. I need to step away for just a minute. Maniacal, I will be right back. I will leave it in your capable hands.
I'll burn it down while you're away. So, looks like Lack is headed for Ice Palace. And FusionWarrior is being a little more careful on his way. We'll see if he intentionally damages himself down here on spikes just to get that Crystal Flash again. But his health is in a much better situation, so I think we'll probably see him just farm it up. But yeah, it looks like lackattack. No, he's like swimming all around Ice Palace. But he's just not going there. Scouting it out, making sure it's safe. But Ice Palace is a crystal dungeon. And it could be where the flippers are pointing to, honestly. Although, you know, they were going to be required for Swamp anyway. But he's just going to check his other flipper stuff first. And, yep, Link Force, again, is more on top of me. I keep forgetting that Lackattack doesn't have Hammer because it's just right there in Spec Rock. But yeah, he can't complete the dungeon, so it makes a lot of sense. We know he needs to get to Spectacle Rock. And FusionWarrior knows that he needs to farm using his Grapple Beam. Which doesn't need to, it's just more efficient. And now with Lamp, this old man cave is trivial, and so Lackattack is going to get his in-logic gravity suit. We'll see if that pushes him to Meridia. I wouldn't be shocked to see Meridia after this, although he'll probably also get his hammer at this point, so I don't know, Meridia's really close. Like, that ladder is really slow to climb if all you're doing is going up and checking Spec Rock. And we know that it's a high-value play, but it is a really slow one-off. And so we'll see. Which way is he going? He is going right to Super Metroid. And I know, it's the hammer. Like, he's got to get his hammer at some point. But I very much understand this play. And I think that it's him pressing, you know, finding that gravity suit. And he's probably got to be a little bit irked because he could have had that probably an hour ago when he died in Old Man Cave from falling in the hole. So, you know, he's thinking, oh gosh, what if my opponent sequenced things like I tried to and has had gravity for so long? What did they get in Meridia? Especially with this being back into logic now, with that lamp, which was also in an early sphere location. Is he going right for... Oh, he's going for the charge to go do Main Street. I thought he was going right for Shack Tool. I was like, man, Lackattack does not play around. but he's just checking Main Street, which this is the intended way to check this item, and just some missiles. But
That's
there is our charge beam, and yo, it sounds like AG is back.
And I was going to say, I really, sometimes I like that straight to Shack Tool play. If you get it out of the way, because them having grapple, of course, Shack Tool is in logic with all the other equipment that they have. You go ahead and get that out of the way, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. It's a time sink, yeah, but sometimes it pays off.
I like routing it in with a right sandpit and aqueduct check, but I don't know if I can really ever be a proponent of just doing it right out of the gate. But FusionWarrior's gotten through his Ridley fight, so only Dragon to go. He can basically go and complete Super Metroid at this point. I mean, I think his ammo's good enough. He's got at least 50 supers, but we know he'll probably find Charge Beam on the way. Although going and completing Super Metroid as if you were in Go mode in a Super Metroid randomizer is often not the right call in these crossover randos, because there is such a quick way to do just the back of Meridia, and oh boy, that's a mirror at Mama Turtle.
Which is interesting, because that really cuts down what is really left for Fusion to find in Lower Norfair that is vital.
Yeah. So that's interesting, because the seed was really screaming Lower Norfair for a while, and so far it's been blank. And Fusion was trying to set up that Crystal Flash, but you do need to be on the same pixel on the right frame. And there he goes, knowing he can get it with exactly 50 health. And so he'll be able to make it out of here, hopefully relatively okay. He can use Plasma Beam to try and clip through the Key Hunter there. He tried. Almost got it. But yeah, Charge and Mirror so far for lackattack in Meridia. I think that's probably all that Gravity was supposed to lead to.
Well, I'm saying, plus he's already found Lamp in Eastern. He found Bow.
Yeah, he went Bow to Lamp, Lamp to Old Man to Gravity, Gravity to Charge and Mirror, and we'll see if he takes that Mirror and follows Mirror into Hammer into Paradox Cave. And I think Paradox Cave right now is the most likely thing, or like Dark World Death Mountain, Hookshot Cave, something like that, is probably the highest density of items left. And then also is probably the most likely place to hold the next big progression. And I see folks talking about Go mode, and we're still missing the hook shot, but we're close. But yeah, so far Lower Norfair has just not really been the play that I thought it was gonna be. You know, the seed can scream Lower Norfair all at once, and if the item's not there, it's not there.
Yeah, and I was right with you. I was hollering I'd be straight to Lower Norfair.
Yeah, and I mean, at worst, it's a pretty linear check. And so, you know, it's not that bad to do it and strike out. And wow, this Meridia. He's going to have to go around again, but he's going to want to do that.
I missed it. What was there?
Wait, did he just reset? I was 90% sure that was Pegasus boots. But he's probably going to go down the sandpit on his way back around, because Desert's boots locked and he knows it. So, like, that's a required item. He probably just doesn't want to go the whole way around Meridia.
Oh, you know, I see what he's doing. I'll do that. I'll check left and right.
Yeah.
And reset it.
And I'll check Shack Tool with right here, but Although, with all the things that are open to him, I think I might just skip Shack Tool in this situation.
Yeah, at this point, I would leave Shack.
There's just so many locations open on Death Mountain to him, and only really one item that he needs. The one thing I don't want to see right now is any medallion.
Like Fusion has that Bombos.
Yeah, so that worries me. Chat's saying they think they saw Hookshot in the other pit. I thought I saw a single arrow. But if it was Hookshot, then that's gonna really shape how Lackattack plays, because that would put him into go mode. But I think that he still needs the Hookshot, and unfortunately Hookshot's just non-negotiable in this seed because Swamp is required. But at this point I would say that really puts Lackattack in a pretty good lead. And
oh yeah,
156 is really early to be go mode -1 in this game, and so he's got to be feeling pretty good about how this one's worked out for him. I mean, I guess he doesn't have the hammer yet, but we're just kind of assuming he'll get the hammer.
I can't see him not getting it. Now that he has the mirror, he is going up there.
Yeah, but I guess he is go mode -2.
Now, what will Fusion do here? Will he beeline it to Meridia? Oh, he hasn't checked all of this yet.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I think Meridia's the play because, I mean, it's the most item-dense location that he has left. But he wants more soups because he hasn't had Charge Beam yet, so he'll be set.
Lack going ahead and topping off his energy. And Fusion picking up his Ice Rod.
I kind of expect Lack to push Lower Norfair after Meridia. But we'll see what he does. He could
that
leave.
Would be logical to me
He
because
could
he can
leave.
fly through it.
Yeah.
Why would you not go ahead and get that out of the way? He's already done. He's already done the GT part of it, so he knows there's nothing back there.
Yeah, the reason to get it out of the way is the fastest way there, or the reason to not get it out of the way, I guess. Sorry if I said that wrong. Is because you're going to go back to A Link to the Past probably through the backdoor Meridia exit, and so it makes a lot of sense to do things in A Link to the Past rather than take bonus game transitions because they're slow. And so he's got viable plays in A Link to the Past and Death Mountain. And so that might actually work out really well for him. Because we know that Lower Norfair at this point is pretty much garbage.
And Fusion on the way to get his Charge Beam. Oh, catches that ledge.
Yeah, and he's just gonna space jump up. And he'll find his Charge Beam and he'll feel a lot better about missing that spark in just a minute.
Yeah.
And skipping Plasma for now, which I agree with. I think that's a good call.
Well, it depends on how you route it. Another thing you can do is he can go down that left sand pit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Get his Pegasus
Yeah.
boots. Go over, check Shack, take the tube up to Plasma.
That's true. I'm not sure if that's... that's probably slightly faster than in and out of Cack Alley. It's close, though. And the blue rupee's not the part you want. You want the blue mirror.
Yes.
And so FusionWarrior's got his mirror now, too.
Now, Lack went down right sand pit. I thought the boots were in left sand pit. Oh, he did go down left sand. My bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's in left sand pit right now, so...
I swear that looked like he... I'm all...
Either way, he got his boots. That's the important part, is he got his boots now. So now,
for those of you that were asking earlier, I'm in my 50s. I was in my late 20s when Super Metroid came out. So I've been around a little while.
Right. I guess I wonder, how I would have responded to Super Metroid in my 20s. And it probably is about how I would have responded to Super Metroid in my 20s when I was in my 20s more recently, except I would have been even more impressed by it. Like, I remember how blown away I was by this game when it first came out. And just, like, how fired up I was by, like, this and Donkey Kong Country and just a lot of the really cool games that were on Super Nintendo. And I'm so glad that they still have such life and such support and appreciation.
Well, understand that I was around before video games even came out. I played on the first Ataris that came out. I played on the coin-operated Pong machines and Space Invaders and Pac-Man and all the things that followed. I've been around for the entire evolution of video games. So when Super Metroid came out, I was really impressed. And that's the one thing for those that are a bit younger, and don't get me wrong, I envy you that you're younger. But if you came in the era of PlayStation 2s and 3s or whatever, and you didn't see how this evolved, it's hard for you to really appreciate what a monumental achievement that game was. Because it was just, at that time, it was probably the most perfect game ever invented. Which is, one of the reasons why it's endured to today. The same thing with A Link to the Past. When A Link to the Past came out, it was revolutionary, really.
Yeah, although from a coding perspective, I liked a quote that I saw in a match yesterday. I don't know if it was watching the VOD back from a different race or from my own race or whatever. But someone said A Link to the Past is held together by shoestrings, and Super Metroid was a labor of love. And it shows up in how the games were coded. And so hacking A Link to the Past is so much more finicky than hacking Super Metroid, which is why there are so many more hacks of Super Metroid. And yet, those silvers, it's a nice find.
That's true. That is true. It's just that A Link to the Past brought video RPGs to the forefront. Now, I understand it's a very basic RPG, okay? But... Oh, are you kidding me?
That is insane. So, he's Go Mode minus Hammer, which is in an obvious spot. And he's losing his portal here, so we'll see where he goes. If he goes back to 6. But this is an incredibly fast Go Mode from Lackattack. This is Go Mode, like, minus 5 crystals, and if he gets his hammer. and it's like a 205 to 206 go mode, which 206 go mode is the fastest I've had.
Confirm that, unless I've read it wrong, no pendants required. He doesn't have to worry about a medallion. Yeah, this is pretty good.
Eastern's logically required for that lamp, but yes.
Okay, Eastern was a pendant. Okay.
Yeah, Eastern's a pendant, and it's logically required for the lamp. But the fire source in Fire Rod was available already, so not required.
Worth noting also that Fusion has not yet gone and collected his ice beam. He may wait until he's heading to Turian to do it, which would be perfectly fine.
Yeah, although he has enough power bombs, he might not even bother with ice beam. It's pretty slow to get that location, but I don't know. I'd probably grab it.
If I grabbed it, that'd be when I grabbed it. Because all I would do if I grabbed it now is turn it off for anything I did in Super Metroid. He's already, you know, well, actually, this is his last boss, so.
Yeah, he is already done Ridley, and so that's what I said about him being able to just go finish Super Metroid.
Lack, meanwhile, it looks like he is going to...
This could be a sub 210 go mode, assuming this Dead Rock gets out of the way.
I hate him.
So does lackattack by this point. I think FusionWarrior was the one who got that Dead Rock stuck in the door earlier. Nice spin speed there.
And he's about to get his hammer.
Yeah, this will be a 208 go mode here, assuming he does not waltz right on by this cave, but I can't imagine he will, as he does. But he waltzes right back on in, finds his hammer, and that is go mode. If lackattack realizes it, then I suspect he does. It's an obvious go mode at this point, so yeah, he's gonna go grab that hammer. Even Link Force already believing that lackattack is going for this hammer, marking it already on the tracker. I like the confidence.
Now, interesting that Fusion turned down that E-Tank. He still is not at 7. I would have went ahead and grabbed it. It's right there.
Yeah, we'll see if he grabs it on his way back. Maybe he's using it as a refill after, like, Grapple Dragon or something?
Maybe. It looks like he's going for the Shine Spark, but he's not. No.
But yeah, so lackattack has 4 dungeons plus Ridley left to go mode. You think we're looking at, like, a 252 here with the dungeons he's got?
It's pretty possible. He could sub 3 this.
I think sub 3 is pretty much a guarantee at this point. And I would say he is now in a commanding lead in this race.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
it's his race to lose now.
Yeah. Things lined up real great for him, and he took what was a close race and really turned it sideways.
Oh yeah, so I'm forgetting he can go mode every dungeon, so he doesn't have to check for anything.
Exactly, that's where he's going to save a lot of time. And I think his execution in general was, you know, differentially cleaner, but it's going to be a very likely, you know, 15-minute gap in this in the finish times, just based on the fact that, you know, there's just so much less game that he has to play at this point.
And you were right, Fusion saving that for the refill. And it's time for Troll Norm. Well, that didn't take long.
Nah, with Tempered Sword, it's a spin and a slash and you're done. Man, FusionWarrior with that tap, 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 they're getting full mileage out of that spring ball. And Lack is showing the exigence slashes, the impatience slashes while he waits on that duck. The duck will take its time.
Now here's a great one to be able to go mode. He gets to go mode Swamp.
Yeah, that's big. And it's not like he's missing anything big either, because you know he's got a good beam set up. Did he get plasma? I don't think he. Yeah, he went to Zora and bought plasma, didn't he? Yeah, he did.
Oh yeah, Lack has full beams.
Yeah, so he's got full beam. He's got silvers. He's got tempered sword. So he's go moding half of the game and yet has all the luxury items already, which is just insane.
Okay, Fusion checking that right sandpit, but electing to skip Shack Tool and Plasma, which we know, of course, is the correct call. But good for him for rolling the dice and doing that. Lack is starting his very abbreviated swamp run.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing he could possibly want other than a mail upgrade or, I guess, maybe screw attack.
Yeah,
but like, it's just not worth checking anything looking for those. So I'd be shocked to see him even pick up the easy chests.
Yeah. No, there's, well, you know, while he may want it, he knows he doesn't need it. So, okay, so Fusion gonna do Croc now. No, I'm sorry. He's heading to Death Mountain.
Yeah, and so where's he headed? Because he's got his hammer. He's got the mirror now, so I suspect he's... Oh, no, he's not feeling it. He wants to turn that mushroom in. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but it's getting the check out of the way. Like, when you're 3/4 of the way up the stairs, I think you probably just commit to, you know, doing the Death Mountain stuff, but he can put Laser Bridge in logic.
Go ahead.
No, he's going to save the mushroom so he can fake powder, because he doesn't have powder yet.
That's right.
So he's going for that hard reset, which, you know, unfortunately, because of where his last save was, is putting him back to that Super Metroid, and I mean, always will, but...
Okay, so Lack did check a chest right there on the way to Argus.
Interesting. Which, I guess he checked Waterfall chest.
Yeah.
Which, that one's so quick. I guess he is open to looking for any of those luxury items, even though it's probably minus EV that he checked them, unless he's worried about Green Mail Ganon's Tower on 13 Hearts.
Oh, that's right, because he never got the blue mail.
Yeah, it looked like he was going for Zero Cycle, but getting that hook speed can be a little touchy. It's a frame-perfect trick, and so he's just going to opt out and go for a normal sort of one-cycle Argus. And then was trying to set up for the Fire Rod kill, but now he's just going to use a couple spins and dispatch Argus. Fight over. Apples are bappled over on FusionWarrior's screen. Getting some bonus health from those apples. And we'll see where FusionWarrior goes. It's clearly to the Dark World, but getting the apples on the way, so not using his mitts. He has not finished Skull Woods yet. I don't think he's been in Skull Woods, actually, so I guess that's the most likely spot, since that's a crystal dungeon, although he does not yet have his fire rod from Croc, so he's not going to be able to complete this.
Lackattack, meanwhile, is knocking down crystals as fast as he can go.
Yeah, that is what Go Mode is all about, and so we know that FusionWarrior needs to, like, get it in gear and haul down to Croc and to Purple Chest, which unfortunately, those are fairly out-of-the-way locations. And so it could be a while before he gets back to those, depending on how much other stuff he can find to do. We'll see. Okay. So yeah, Lackattack is go-moding Ice Palace, which is good.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing. I could see maybe him checking that first chest, but I definitely don't see him going in the back, down in the basement.
Oh, yeah.
Check all that.
Usually that first chest and then, like, double freezors and potentially the big chest if you stumble into the big key are the things that you're going to see people check in Ice Palace if they're otherwise in Go Mode but looking for stuff. I don't know if FusionWarrior is trying to Death Warp, but he's getting real close. And there's that Death Warp. I think that's going to put him back in a spot he doesn't want to be in, so that didn't break very well for him. But hopefully he has a better time this time. So if he just moves to the right and dashes down, he'll be able to get through that room pretty cleanly. But he does make it through, so that's good. Oh, and a fairy drop. I guess, I don't know if he knew that the red hard hat beetle had fairy in its prize pack, and he was, that's why he was fighting it the last time, but dang if that didn't pay off. That was a really great drop for him.
Yeah, always nice to get a refill this close to the cold stare fight, especially when you got green mail. But he did not do the bomb jump, so he's going to have to take the long way around.
Yeah, I see chat is still on the like retro game love thread that we had going earlier, and I see him now talking about the Zelda 1 Metroid 1 combo rando, which I think was really developed in homage to this, but also to be an independently fun thing. And I saw it for the first time last night, actually, after my race wound up. I went to the race channel. It was on Speed Gaming 3, and they were hosting Speed Gaming 4, and it had a match of that going on. And I don't know enough about the independent randomizers of those games, but I'm so glad that that's a thing that exists. Like, it warms my heart. And so I hope it's awesome. It's probably awesome.
All right, so he is forward.
I'm surprised to see Lackattack doing all of this, honestly. But I guess maybe he doesn't know IPBJ. Like if he doesn't know the Ice Palace bomb jump, or really wants to powder this anti-fairy, that might be the thing as well. But more likely isn't comfortable with bomb jump and is just committed to doing full Ice Palace. I would say that bomb jump is a thing to learn. So there are only a few speed tricks that are hard required in these randomizers, especially in the normal mode of this crossover rando. But at the same time, there's a whole lot of very useful tricks that you can employ and optional routing type things. But the Ice Palace bomb jump when you're in Go Mode Ice Palace is probably one of the biggest. It saves entire minutes off of your run at basically no cost.
Yes, it was one of the first things when Wesker and I were when he was trying to really quickly drag me up to speed for the 2v2 combo rando tournament, was one of the first things he had me learn was that Ice Palace bomb jump.
Yeah, that's a good thing to learn, honestly. Like, learning the Ice Palace bomb jump. Oh, well, so he does know the Ice Palace bomb jump. Or at least it looks like he's committed to finding it out. So let's see him. It looked like he had a good pixel there, and nope, not quite. 1 pixel too high. But it looks like he knows the spot he's trying to wiggle into, so that's good. And there he goes. That's perfect.
Fusion has gone as far as he could in Skull Woods. Okay, so it looks like I guess he's going to do hammer pegs, and if he does this purple chest, he's trying to do an item dash. Okay, there we go. But I believe purple chest is what will give him bow, correct?
Yeah, purple chest is where bow was, if chat is to be believed, which I believe chat. I'm on their side with this one.
Which will send him in the direction he needs to go, because then the next most logical thing would be
and chat also. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I just don't understand that placement of where he did the mirror.
So, I guess that's where you place the mirror if you're going to do hammerless. Like if you're going here without the hammer, and so maybe it was a conditioned thing.
All right, he pulls off the fake powder.
He's got the puffs in the corner, but oh, this one's on a mission. But he gets through. That was a nice cold stare there from lackattack. Almost got it right. And I see chat letting me know that lackattack has a sub 130 linked to the past NMG. So yeah, he's almost certainly very well familiar with that bomb jump, because I don't know if there's a sub 130 runner of A Link to the Past that doesn't do the bomb jump, because it's multiple free minutes, and sub 130 is a good time in that game. It's better than my time for sure.
Okay, so Fusion is doing the purple chest. No, buddy, just mirror and flute to 7.
You got the mirror, you got the flute. Or you can just walk all over Hyrule. Link Force is reminding us Cave 45 is available, so that's a good check. I think this is actually slower than just, going back from, by Swamp, but it's close. He is going to spend a lot of time walking, but maybe he picks up the chest here and then flutes to 7 from here. But gotta get that bug net. And there's some hearts under these pots if he wants them. And lackattack is into pod.
Definitely making short work of these dungeons.
Yeah, so FusionWarrior unfortunately is going to get the bow, and that's going to lead him away from the fire rod. So I don't know when I expect him to get back to Croc to get that fire rod. That was a really big find, fire rod. Was it Pantry or was it Grapple? But it was like, it was down in...
Grapple, I believe.
It was Grapple? Yeah. That's so deep. It's gonna be unlikely for him to get back there anytime too soon.
Yeah.
Lack getting his sword beams, so he'll be able to save a menu in the basement. And doesn't need to go for Sexy Statue like he would in NMG, so he's just using his Cane of Samaria. And losing his sword beams, that is unfortunate, but Is he gonna mirror out? Oh, he never got the big key. Oh man. Yeah, so that's what I get for like half watching that pod. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you need the big key and you need one small key to go to pod, to the basement to get to the boss. I know well because I've gone down without the small key in the dark, and then I in the same race went down with the small key but without the big key in the dark and got all the way to the boss door. And then I went down again and died in Dark Turtles, and I did not win that race, I think. You don't want to go to the pod basement, but that's a really great placement for the big key. He's going to be able to take that small key and just go right back to where he was. Let's see, FusionWarrior is taking his newfound bow and headed for Tower of Hera. But this is a play on that mirror he found. And lackattack has his lamp, so he got the only worthwhile item in a pendant dungeon. So he doesn't even need to do this in the dark. And are we going to get an ether tablet check? We are. I don't think we've seen ether tablet yet. We know where all the important stuff is, so it's kind of lackluster. But it is missiles. And Lack is into Helmasaur and is going to be more than comfortable with this fight. He's got silvers and tempered, which is, you know, a great gear set. Just going to 1 silver to the gem. He's in good shape, and Helmasaur King's dead. So all that's left now for lackattack is Ganon's Tower and Ridley, which is a little bit of an awkward one. But I think we can go ahead and start that guessing game, because that is a 7th crystal. And so if you like guessing numbers, there are 22 chests in Ganon's Tower, 22 item locations. There are more than that in chests, but 22 item locations that could be the big key. And we play a game where folks try to guess which number of those 22 it'll be. So if you have a favorite integer 1 to 22, you can throw it in chat and see if your guess happens to be the right guess. And Lucid OG is disqualified because that was not an integer guess. Sorry. Rip. But yeah, it looks like he is headed for Ganon's Tower, so y'all only got a few more seconds to get those guesses in. He's going to be pulling chests soon. As soon as he is in the door, that guessing game is going to cut off. I think we might have lost AG, but I won't say that's okay. I'll say that's sad and terrible, and I hope he's okay. But hope he's back soon. And FusionWarrior is jumping right into the fray with Moldorm. Moldorm is being a jerk, which happens a lot. But one more slash will take Moldorm down. FusionWarrior is going to use a spin just for good measure. And yeah, we are into Ganon's Tower now, so just a couple more seconds for those guesses, and I feel like by the time you hear this, that's over, and we're gonna have to hit stop on that game. But I feel like all the integers should have been taken by now. And so our runners are in sort of different states of the same tower right now, with 2 being the correct guess. 2. And he does need a small key to go upstairs. Gets his small key, and he is going to be on his way. So yeah, congratulations to Rocky2418, who was also wrong, as were all of the supporters. But guessed 3, and that was the closest. So GG, you get a point. Close enough indeed, lol. As we're on to Mimics 1 for lackattack. And nice Mimic strats. This is basically a slightly more cozy NMG Ganon's Tower for lackattack, and so being newly informed of his very good sort of like top tier NMG time. Not as good as Z1 time, but still dang good. I think he will have no issues with all these extra safeties for going through Gauntlet. And those red Stalfos being a little bit of jerks, but he corrals them nicely. They don't jump away from pot throws, so he's using some pots to keep them in check. Nice dash there for, I think that was Gauntlet 4. And yeah, Gauntlet 5 down. We are going to be headed into the Batwoon 3 fight here, or Batwoon 2 fight. We didn't have to do Batwoon 2 over in Desert Palace. Or no, we did. We did. Desert was a crystal. Meyer was the one over there that was a pendant. And yeah, Batwoons are down. And we're getting that Paradox Cave check from FusionWarrior. There's that screw attack. It's insane, absolutely insane, that lackattack got away with skipping Paradox Cave. Like, it's the most item-dense location in both games. And the fact that it didn't need to happen in this sea. Getting a little trolled by the guards on that bridge, but making it through. The fact that this was not required, or like wasn't something that happened in sequence, speaks to just how well this seed routed out for him. It worked out very, very well. And FusionWarrior not feeling comfortable with that bomb jump attempt, but he picked up red mail somewhere. I thought he was on blue mail, so I did miss that. So where did that red mail show up? I hope y'all miss Ancient Gamer as much as I do. But Moldorm 2 so far playing pretty nice, and he is dead. And he's thinking about that hover, but he's got hookshot out, so yeah, he's just gonna hookshot over. And there's that ether medallion. So I don't know, I guess we saw that Meyer was ether from someone's screen, because I see it on the tracker. But I don't know if lackattack had that information, but finding ether there, he has to know, if he knows Meyer was ether, that FusionWarrior could not have made the play into Meyer. And a nice double there to open up Aga 2, and this is a really nice setup although a pretty interesting way of handling that. Although he did have a left-right orientation and got the blue ball, so clones are desynced now. A little bit of a rough aga, but nice double there to finish it off. Can't be too unhappy with that round 2 blue ball threatening to troll on that otherwise really nice pattern. And FusionWarrior does not have his hookshot, but he is going to take a look in this first chest and hookshot cave. I do not believe that FusionWarrior is comfortable with hovering, so I think he's just doing this as a single chest check, but I'm open to being surprised. And lackattack is dropping into his Ganon fight. This should be nice. We'll see if he gets a nice tempered 1-and-1. So he's going to get 2 more slashes, charge a spin, get that double hit off that trident. That's 7. Oh, nope, he's not going to get the 1-on-1 because he beefed that charge. But he was set up for it. He got the toughest part of it. And actually got a really nice Ganon pattern here. That top right down-facing Ganon is what we call the God pattern. And so, yeah, he's in good shape to finish this one off. Does need to avoid these bats. Yeah, there's that deer beef I was looking for. Shoutouts to, and thanks to Karakarn for the nice Zosty emote. Zost also you know, a good runner in this crossover rando. So, you know, folks are coming at this game from both communities. He's a runner, of course, of Super Metroid most prominently, but also really good at A Link to the Past, so it's always good to see some Zost love in the chat. And yeah, this is not over, indeed. Fusion can still win this. I'd say it's an exceptionally long shot, given that lackattack is on the Ganon fight. And yeah, let me take a look at the calendar and see what's coming up. See, yeah, so Solsky and Zost do play tomorrow at 5:30. That's going to be a heck of a race. That, I think, is the marquee Week 1 matchup in the Swiss. Although Zost, for anyone with familiar with the history of that matchup, has a pretty good track record in the Solsky matchups. Part of that being my fault from when Solsky and I played together in the 2v2, and we lost to Keku and Zost twice. But there's some really good matches coming up. So tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. on Speed Gaming 5, we're going to have 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have Super Nintendo vs. Pika Pals is the next match, and then Solsky vs. Zost at 5:30. So be sure to tune into those. Those should both be pretty great. All good players. And then there's also 6:30 and 8:30 matches, and 3 on Sunday, and that's just Week 1. So this Swiss tournament is going to go for 5 weeks of Swiss plus brackets. So, you know, strap in. It's only going to get better from here. The great thing about Swiss is that the matches do statistically get more fair and more competitive as the weeks go on, and there's already been some great ones this week. And so I'm sure there will be even more great ones next week and every week thereafter. So, I mean, that slate of 2 matches that I highlighted for tomorrow with 4 great runners is, you know, just a drop in the bucket of what we're going to see over the next few weeks. And FusionWarrior getting the full heart container out of the dark chest there, the dark cross room. Nicely done. That can be a tricky one to find, as lackattack is making his way through Lower Norfair on his way to Ridley. And FusionWarrior, I maybe going to Bonk Rocks right now? Yeah, it looks like Bonk Rocks. And yeah, Algernon is highlighting an unfortunate consequence of running a 5-round Swiss tournament with a cut to top 8 with, you know, with 40-ish players, is that X1 is going to be good enough only for most of the X1s. I think there will statistically be 1 to 2 X1 players after 5 weeks who miss the cut to top 8, and that early round, the early miss or an early loss gives you, depending on how tiebreakers are calculated, statistically less likely to be good tiebreakers, and so generally works out not in your favor. So that that round 1 loss can be really punishing. Although I'm not sure how the tiebreaker system is going. Generally, it goes opponent match win second after match points, but I'm not actually sure. I saw something about a tiebreaker race between tied players, but I don't know at what level players need to be tied in order for that to come into play. But that would be really hype. But, you know, all anyone can do is go out and try and do their best to win each week. And we're going to get a mirror ledge check here from FusionWarrior. I'm wondering, AG was talking about storms coming through. And so I'm hoping the weather didn't get the better of him. Hoping we'll have him back soon. And yeah, I'm familiar with median Buchholz, and I'm also familiar with what Fiesel posted in the Discord, but it wasn't conclusive exactly what that meant because the tournament document didn't really specify, so I've sought more information to that end. But just, I don't think that it's been disclosed just yet exactly how it's going to work out, so I won't go as far as to say that the X1 players are dead in this round, that O1 kills you, or makes you mostly dead. I will say that O2 or X2 is almost assuredly dead. There's very little ways that those players are going to make top 8. But because it's Swiss, you still get the opportunity to play 5 fun rounds of likely increasingly competitive matches. So honestly, Swiss is a win-win sort of format. I love the idea that all the players are getting an opportunity to play 5 rounds. And it looks like we are getting that pod play here from FusionWarrior. See if he goes into Eastern and finds his lamp. And I see the joke of if you lose them all 5 weeks of less competitive matches, but no, because your opponent at 0-4 should should be a better matchup for you if you're also 0-4. You know, it doesn't mean that the matches are between more skilled players. It just means that they're more competitive. Honestly, I love seeing new players in the game, and some players who are exploring and discovering some really cool new things have some really great matches toward the end of Swiss, just to see will they make it out of a tournament winless, or are they gonna get that W? And some of those matches have turned out really, really good, so I'm actually excited to watch some of those this time around. And there's that second Sahas Ralacek at 245. I don't know if that's a new record for late Sahas Ralaceks, but it's the latest Sahas Ralacek I've seen lately. And yeah, lackattack through his Ridley fight. And so now all he needs to do is go to Torian. And so the fastest way to Torian for him here is back through the lava to reverse gate glitch, but he is out of super missiles, so he's going to have to go the long way. He could use space jump to lower the acid and go the intended way and avoid the green gate. But I don't know if that's actually faster than just doing the lower Norfair escape. So I think we might see him take the normal way out and maybe just run the whole thing back through Super Metroid to Torian. And so who are some of the favorites going in the tournament? If I had to handicap players, I'd say Elminster's probably my vote for who the favorite is in this one. Zost is a very good runner. Ossie's very good. We've got a number of really good players. I would be shocked if Elm missed top 8. Andy's very good. He's in this one. I don't count myself out, but I'm pretty garbage compared to those guys. So, you know, we'll see how it works out, though. You know, it's a cut to top 8. And, you know, once you... Unfortunately, I think Alu did not join, and I know Wild doesn't like 1v1. Otherwise, I would definitely say that Alu and Wild would both be favorites in this, so they're both very good. Similarly, I think Lexamatico has moved on. He would have been a very early favorite. I think he put up a 224 in the last 1v1 tournament. I think that was the fastest time of that tournament. Yeah, Super and Taylor, Maximum Barnage both did well in the last 1v1. There's so many good players in this. And so, you know, if you don't know all those names yet, I hope you do by the end of the tournament, because they're all really good runners. But right now we have this race finishing up, and we've had a really nice show from both these guys. You know, we might see either or both of these guys make top 8. They're definitely playing a good race tonight. And yeah, I'd seen Alu signed up, but then I don't believe he ultimately stayed in. I think maybe he was busy or something, wasn't able to spend the time for the races. But we do get that cross-game portal and hard reset from lackattack, and so he is in a different file. And so, I'm not sure what's going on here, but this is not good for what's going on here for lackattack. He's sitting on the start menu, and it looks like maybe there was a data corruption issue. He was quite well ahead. I don't know if that would affect just Super Metroid or also Link to the Past progress, but oh boy, this does not seem good. He's got to get going though. Like, he needs to haul ass if he wants to be in this. If his file did corrupt, but oh, that feels awful. So let's see how this one works out. But yeah, he's back on the ship. And Fusion is in the dark maze of Pod, and I don't know where he is right now. I was so distracted by left screen, but this is unfortunately this is something that I can't say what's going to happen here. I don't know, but we'll see how this race continues. Meanwhile, Fusion is down to 1 heart here in this dark maze. And yeah, he's resetting, so capture card's back, and he's going to see what's going on. And so yeah, Link Force update, and the save file disappeared and he lost everything. That is just exceptionally unfortunate, because he was in such a good position in this race. AG, where you at, buddy? Where you at? I need your input. I need some levity. But there, FusionWarrior is going through Pod. Let's see, he's doing all of the front of Pod right now. But yeah, I mean, random crashes and such, they happen. And I don't know what's going on here with Fusion. It looks like maybe there was some discussion. But FusionWarrior is making that play into Eastern, so we'll be presumably finding his lamp. But yeah, welcome to what could turn into a much longer race than we initially thought. And there's that lamp for FusionWarrior, so he is through with the dark rooms. And yeah, I mean, even when the worst things happen, the best course as a runner is to, to battle through and see if you can come back and cobble together a win out of nothing. But I understand that it can be so deflating and nervous and just sometimes not worth it. So, I would not fault anyone for forfeiting in this spot, but I do hope that he does not choose to do that. And FusionWarrior, okay, spawn in the Stalfos, but only 2 of them, so he did get a good spawn. Yeah, I got my fingers crossed that we'll see lackattack continue on. But I can say I did not see this one coming. It's not something I've seen happen previously. And, I say this having almost, gone through a potential 2-hour soft block or 2-hour lag spike at the end of a race the other day from botching stand-ups, so... You know, we'll see. Silly things happen in this game. And looks like Lack is back, maybe in action here. And yeah, there's just a... Okay, there's a timer reset. So we'll see. The timer restarted, but the game has not yet started. But yeah, there's been some chat about this over in SRL, and so we'll see. I think that, you know, it comes down to an admin level decision, which, you know, neither runner nor are the commentators able to really make. So we'll just enjoy Lack frantically battling back through this one, and FusionWarrior finishing up his run and seeing if he's able to find the fire rod, which we know to be hiding down at Crocomire. Yeah, so I would say at this point, maybe keep a copy of that tracker, and then I'd personally reset it, because right now in both games he has 0 items. And if both runners restart this seed, I'm gonna need a little bit of a break. I can only imagine, you know, how tired and frustrated, you know, the runners would be at that point, especially Lack with what he just experienced. So, you know, all the feels go out to, you know, persisting through this nonsense. Yeah, Lack picking up his Morph Ball and his Morph Ball bombs, and we'll see if he goes for that early Super Metroid play again, or if he decides that he wants to get more ammo first before going in this time. And he knows that that Varia suit is right there, if he remembers, at the bottle vendor. And so, you know, I'm kind of surprised we didn't see him go for that early Houlihan, because there weren't a lot of early rupees, unless you really wanted to carry a fish. But I think, you know, absolute clarity is not something that you have as a runner at this point. But yeah, it looks like he is going Link's house and back into Super Metroid, and he's going to run it basically the way that we saw him run it the first time. And yeah, we see him going back, bombing into old Mother Brain, which gave him that space jump. And then he's going to go get his missiles down here at Alpha Missiles. And that'll set him up to go down and do early supers again. And yeah, it looks like he's going to route this about like he did the first time. Yeah. And for anyone who's, concerned about this situation, I'll say, the runners are doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing, which is playing on with the conditions that they've got and, doing their best, all things considered, and letting everything get sorted out later. And this is an interesting bomb jump strat here by Lack going for this glove. I would think that the space jump that he just picked up would probably be the more efficient way, but space jump can be pretty finicky and tough to use, so. Plus, I know how flustered I was yesterday after spending 8 minutes on failing X-ray climb. And so I would be tilted off the face of the planet, honestly, at what's going on right now. And he gets his power glove, which is good, and he's not going to get that piece of heart. He knows he doesn't really need it. And yeah, we know that he has space jump. Maybe he wanted to IBJ, but it's more likely he just, forgot about the space jump he just picked up. These things happen. He got his power glove, and that's the important part. And FusionWarrior is headed on into pod. And doing a left side climb here for lackattack. Unconventional. But some runners do like to do it. Yeah, so for anyone just joining us, lackattack had a hardware failure that resulted in a loss of save file, and he was fairly late in the game. He was in Go mode and had just completed his last boss in Super Metroid, and was on his way to Torian to finish the game, having already beaten Ganon. And FusionWarrior is almost in Go mode, has not been to Crocomyre's area, and so we know that the Fire Rod's there because lackattack found it there a while back. But of course he's going to have to go back and show that to us again as well, because he will need to get it again. Heart goes out to lackattack on this one, and my concern goes out to Ancient Gamer, whom I think we may have lost. And so, some big losses here in the past about half hour. But Lack is skipping early supers, which I forget what was there, but it wasn't much more than ammo. And nice space jump strat there. Unfortunately getting pegged by that last Rio. I really hope Ancient Gamer is not dead. That would be really, really sad and unfortunate, because Ancient Gamer seems like a swell dude. And yeah, so he was having some weather over there in Georgia, and so I think that probably the weather this season can get the best of him. There's that hook shot for FusionWarrior, so that's one of the big items he was missing. He knows where Ice Beam is. He knows it is at Climb Supers if he wants to go get it, but he does not yet know about that Fire Rod. And lackattack using his last super missile here to get the Sloater's refill. Shoutouts to Sloaters27. He's in the Super Metroid Rando League, but unfortunately not yet in on the crossover Rando. But I think it's just a matter of time. I got faith we'll get Sloaters in on this sooner than later. Now with a super missile to open this door, lackattack's going to be able to go get the item at Spazer. I forget what was here, honestly. Probably... oh, Peebs. That's where first Peebs were. Okay. I figured it had to be Peebs or an E-Tank, because it would have otherwise been something that that I likely remembered. Let's put Link Force to the test here. His memory is much better than mine, especially for tracking. What a good tracker he is. He probably remembers where all of these different items were. There we go. That's the Link Force that that I was expecting. What item do you want? I want a save restore. Is that anywhere? Did we find that? This is some cool Samaria strats here from FusionWarrior on the Land Molus. Shucks. Well, 20 years from now, I'll get my save restore. And I'm not really sure about this this Kane strat. I think FusionWarrior is wise to what's up and is maybe just having a little bit of fun with it. And nice Landmo fight there, mostly with Samaria blocks to get that map. And yeah, it looks like Lack's timer did stop, but I can say that, you know, I believe, as far as I know, that he is still playing. I have only the SRL chat as a portal 15 minutes into the future. But as of 15 minutes ago, my best knowledge is that he's still participating in the race. But yeah, with resetting his timer would be not worth anything, really. Just because he already knows where the items are, so it's not like it's a valid randomizer run. It's a valid rerun of a randomizer seed, which is just, you know, that's a thing that is not unprecedented, but that is uncommon and not really widely valued, so... Looks like he's gonna try and make this hell run to ice. And no, he doesn't want to go do that. Okay. I thought maybe he was going for his grapple beam. And there's the silvers for FusionWarrior. So, we'll see if what he does from here. I think we're gonna see, you know. So what's left for him? He needs Swamp, which he can now do. So I expect that that's where we'll see him go. I think we're gonna see that Flute to 4 play. And no, it looks like maybe we're getting... Okay, we are getting the Flute to 4. I thought he was maybe going to 7, which is not the right way to go to Swamp. It looks like FusionWarrior is definitely headed into Swamp. Taking care of the Moblin outside. But not raising the water. So he's going to need to mirror back to the light world. Drain the puddle. And then he'll have water in Swamp Palace, and he'll be able to go through and complete the dungeon then at that point. And so, let's see where Lack's going. He's gotten his 4th heart. And so, where is he going to go from here? He does not yet have the rupees he needs to buy his Varia suit. But he is going to go up here, get some rupees, and I don't think he's gotten his Moon Pearl yet, so he wants to go get his Moon Pearl here in Lost Woods. And I like this decision by lackattack to drop down into the Thieves' hideout in Lost Woods and get that reserve tank, just because he's going to want to skip so many E-tank locations, and that one was just fairly quick to get. And just having that extra little bit of safety, because he's going to be doing basically a low % run at this point. You know, grabbing the reserve tank there can be really nice. And so for anyone just joining, lackattack experienced some failure of hardware that resulted in a loss of save data when he was fairly late in the game. And so he's starting over, but with full information of where everything for Go mode exists, depending on his ability to review his own VOD or to remember it. And so he's got his Varia suit now, and so I think we're going to see him rush that upper Norfair play, get down to Croc, as we see FusionWarrior finding his red boom here. We're seeing more of Swamp from FusionWarrior, so if we see this left side Swamp play, this is all new content, so we have no idea what's over here. All we know is not the Fire Rod he wants. And, it seems that, it's not what he wanted either. He wants to go get that key. And so, I will give a shout out to Link Force, who has said that he does need to go to sleep soon, and give Link Force a follow. He is just awesome. He tracks so many four-way races in the weeklies and just is an all-around MVP. And he's been running the weeklies lately too, and his knowledge from tracking has carried over into his gameplay. And so give him a follow. Thank you for the tracking, dude. And you know, throw him some support, because he has been just an absolute boon to the community. So have a good night, dude. Thank you for the tracking, and welcome to our new tracker, whom you should also follow, Rob Spiwak, or Spiwak. I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, but we got Rob up on the tracking duty, gonna carry us back through lackattack's replay of this seed. Yeah, Link Force gives his time in 3 to 4 hour chunks to track 4 players simultaneously. I can't even fathom it. I can't even track myself while I play. Like, I would be the worst tracker. I tunnel vision on one screen, like when FusionWarrior is having the most Monka-S Fantoon fight that I have ever seen. I can't look away. And so, like, lackattack could find Go mode in Paradox Cave, and I just would straight up have no idea. But I did see lackattack just get his half magic again over at the Edacoons and his sword. So those were things that he missed the first time around. So it was good to see him adapt his route in light of where those first power bombs were at Spazer, and come back around and get those. And I assume we're going to see him go get those flippers from Billy Mays as well. And appreciating the sub there from Hacksaw, whom I know to be a Link to the Past randomizer runner. Don't know if he does any crossover, but thanks for the sub, dude, and thanks for showing some love for lackattack, who is surely going through hell right now. Just hardware failures suck. I had an issue in one of the Link to the Past rando tournaments where, for whatever reason, the ROM would cause my SD to SNES to freeze up, and I lost 15 minutes in races, like, multiple times. And it's just a thing you have to play through. You accept the risk of your own hardware, and sometimes stuff happens. But it's good to see him persisting and battling through it. Yeah, this will be a nice study of playing a seed with knowledge of where the items are, and just seeing how low percent lackattack's comfortable doing. Which I think should be pretty low percent, honestly. Especially with that early Varia suit, that helps damage reduction a ton. And so we'll see. We'll see how low of a percent he wants to go, and how far down he can push his time. I would be surprised if he didn't sub to this from this. And so FusionWarrior has taken down Argus. He's going to go for silver strats for the phase 2 of Argus. We'll see if he can snipe the eyeball. Shot 1, not quite. Shot 2, 3, 4. And the count now 5. Shot 7. 7 shots. That would knock anyone out, but it knocked Argus out. And so that is crystal number 5 for FusionWarrior. 2 to go. And he's going back into Swamp to get the rest of the items, see if maybe the Fire Rod's hiding in here. We know it's at Crocomire at Grappling Beam, but FusionWarrior does not have that information yet. He should eventually. But yeah, for anyone who's joined us in the past, 3-ish hours, to give a recap of what you're watching right now, you're watching a Super Metroid A Link to the Past crossover randomizer race. Both runners are issued the same pseudo-random seed. And so the items are shuffled in the same way for both players, and the players are racing, in this case Lackattack and FusionWarrior are racing, to see who can complete the seed more quickly. And so FusionWarrior has been battling through, and Lackattack as well. Lackattack experienced a hardware issue of some sort, or some issue, that resulted in a reset of his save file, and a loss of save data. So he is battling back with knowledge of the seed as complete as whatever he can remember or look up. And FusionWarrior's battling through without knowledge of where the items are yet. But this is round 1 of the Winter Super Metroid A Link to the Past crossover randomizer winter tournament. It's a 5-round Swiss tournament with cut the top 8 brackets. And it'll be interesting to see how things go. There's some good matches coming up. We've already had some great matches here in week 1. And, this was another one. It may yet be. I'm really interested to see how this one plays out. It could be that FusionWarrior has completely forgotten Crocomire. And so he's headed back into Blue Brain. He's going to go over and get his flippers over here at Billy Mays. He already got his Power Glove, but when he was down here, of course, did not yet have Power Bombs to get up into this area. And FusionWarrior having some trouble with these Pengators, but gets through it. And yeah, the deal with Billy Mays is this is where the flippers are. And so Lackattack having trouble again getting onto the John Cena bridge. But he made it through this time a little quicker than last time. And also going to grab those bombs. I like that because there's no item fanfares in Super Metroid, and so when you're proximally close to an item, it's almost always right to pick it up, even if it's differentially good for you. Interesting Stalfos Knight strategy here from FusionWarrior, but it does get them both knocked out. And yeah, I see the Super Metroid room names and room contents are being questioned. The Super Metroid community has some excellent, excellent room names. I challenged the Link to the Past community to rename their rooms from things like Torches 2 to John Cena Bridge Room, because I think it's hilarious. And, there's some well-named rooms in A Link to the Past, but a lot of them are pretty brutal. There are also some bad ones in Super Metroid. Yeah, Super Metroid with its awesome trick names like Full Haffy, that's a pretty dumb one. But it also has some real history to it. Once you understand the history and context of Full Haffy, it makes sense. It makes just as much sense as the Leodox room, But, you know, again, once you understand the context, it's fine. And yeah, lackattack is quite behind, but he's closing the gap. Every minute that FusionWarrior spends not going to Crocomire is a minute that lackattack is progressing at lightning speed with knowledge through this seed. And so we'll see. You know, it's good that he's battling back. He is going to activate his flute here. And while that happens, I did not expect this to be a solo comm at 3.5 hours deep, so I just need to step away and re-up on something to sip on, because my voice has been weak. So my apologies. I will be right back, though. Enjoy the lovely sounds of FusionWarrior playing Ice Palace. Alright, sorry about that, I am back. And I will echo 0 Point sentiment and just say that Lack is still an excellent runner. Not just usually. You know, he's been playing very well tonight. But Fusion has gotten through his Cold Stare fight, also playing pretty well. And just needs to play well on his way over to Crocomire. Yeah, so this was an interesting race for anyone who hasn't been here, and Lack already has his gravity suit, his Varia suit, and is in Meridia, but has been frantically battling back from a hardware issue. So there's a lot of difference in progress time that the runners have had. FusionWarrior getting a little jagated by those boulders there. And lackattack picking up his mirror. And so FusionWarrior still not headed for Crocomire. I think we might be seeing that Turtle Rock check. Although I don't think he has Quake Medallion. Unless I missed the pickup, but we'll see if he gets over there. Yeah, thankfully they don't ticket people for playing Super Metroid and A Link to the Past crossover randomizer too fast. Or there will be a lot of folks at risk of getting some citations. And I know that FusionWarrior has played both of these games and has done crossover randomizer for quite a while. And so he is not inexperienced at these games. But there's the Pegasus boots again for Lack. And I forget what was on the floating island here. But I think we're about to find out. But yeah, I'll echo what N Diaz is saying in the chat. And shoutouts to N Diaz. We had a good race yesterday. He was my round 1 opponent in this, so GG to N Diaz. And he's saying that watching Lack go through and just destroy this seed by finding all the good items is really satisfying, because everyone who plays this game knows just how much time we spend just finding garbage. So I thought FusionWarrior was already over here, but I guess no. He just fake flippered with the Moon Pearl to get the Waterfall Fairy. I don't think we've seen the hobo check from him yet. I wish Purple Chest just had a blue rupee in it. Purple Chest in this race was, I believe, the bow. And so, yeah, Lack thinking about the hover for his hammer, but he's not going to go for the hover. He is going to go the intended way here to Spectacle Rock Cave, but he's going to have his hammer. And this is much, much faster than he got it the first time around. This was the item that really confounded him and took the longest to find. Lackattack grabbing that fairy, getting that refill up to four hearts. I'm really looking forward to watching him play through and clear this on really low percent. I don't know if he has low percent A Link to the Past experience. I actually, in honesty, don't know that he has actually any Link to the Past experience outside of what I'm seeing right now. That's my fault for being unfamiliar with him as a runner of this game, but I'm told from chat that he has a really nice NMG time, and so he's someone who's totally capable, if all reports are correct, of executing at a very high level, and that's what we've been seeing tonight. That I trust him to do this low percent run, and I'm looking forward to watching it. I've been enjoying this, and it's I want nothing more than to see him pull this race off, because that would just be so monstrous. thank you to Hacksaw for pulling the leaderboard entry from speedrun.com. Looks like he has just cut the 130. That's a big goal for a lot of people in this game. I know I wanted to cut the 135 when I was running it, and then I decided that I hated the speedrun. So I stopped improving at A Link to the Past, NMG at least. But that is a time that I can really appreciate the amount of work that goes into. That's a really good time. Yeah, I see Zelnas echoing that cutting 130 is when people decide they're done with this game. I hated the first 12 minutes of the NMG run and all of the pumping, and I love the end of the run and how a high challenge it is, and like how you can just destroy your run in Turtle Rock or Ice Palace like on the back of nothing. But like I love that it asked the most of the runner late in the run. But I just didn't personally enjoy it, so you know, that was what it was for me. I had fun with it though. And NMG means no major glitches. Generally, there are things that speedrunning communities will classify as major or non-major glitches. And so it excludes things like Yuzuhara's Bottle Adventure, or YBA, which is drinking a bottle while door transitioning and putting the game into various glitch states, and other comparable things, or like clipping out of bounds. But it allows you to do things like spin speed, or water walking, or hook speed, things that we generally also allow in the randomizer. And so the randomizer generally uses an NMG rule set, which is why it's actually germane to talk about it right now while we've got some time. But he is already back at his hook shot. And FusionWarrior, I think this is going to be the waterway check, because he did not check waterway on his first time around. I think he's gotten everything else from this map region. So we'll see how long it takes him to remember Crocomire, because I don't think waterway is a check that you make while you're still thinking about Crocomire. And Wavegate, huh? I guess, yeah, FusionWarrior didn't have Wave Beam on his first time through either, so that gives him an extra check over in this part of the map. That actually gives me more hope that he hasn't forgotten Croc and is just prioritizing making both of these checks on his way. And looks like Lack is headed to grab his silver arrows. So bow plus silvers is going to be a really powerful weapon for him, obviously, going through and doing this low percent. I like this call a lot. Honestly, seeing what Lack is doing, battling back through this seed, is really impressing me. So if you are not yet following lackattack, go follow lackattack. And FusionWarrior, for that matter, that he's persisting and continuing to battle in this seed. They both deserve your support, and they've both been putting on a really nice race. And let's see. Yep, nice Popo Genocide 2 there from lackattack. Good Popo RNG, and he's going to go back and grab those rupees to get to 420. I think that was a fine call. Maybe he was also considering grabbing the ferry, but decided against it. And yeah, without a fire source, he's not going to be able to finish that. Fusion Warrior, in the meantime, seems to be headed in the direction of Crocomire. We'll see if this happens. All right, now I'm testing myself. Like, as I see lackattack going back through these areas, I'm thinking, we were here a while ago. What was in this area? Other than Smoldorms? Like, what's in the back of this? It may just be, you know, value items. Oh, 2 hearts. 2 hearts makes sense. I could understand making this trip for two full hearts when you're doing a low percent. And where will he go next? So this is unreal. Just seeing how he's patching together this run after, you know, after full knowledge of the seed, but like I would have forgotten most of it as a parent. I've already forgotten most of it. All I know at this point is where Fire Rod is. But just, you know, seeing him in the Crucible and trying to figure out how to most efficiently route through this is pretty bonkers. So let's see. What was in Thieves Town other than a crystal? So obviously there's the crystal. Big chest was the small key locking itself. I don't think there was anything too valuable here in the dungeon. And Fusion Warrior is here battling Croc. Did get bad RNG there. I think it's about a 15% chance. And he's going to use grapple strats here and hold Croc's torso and detach the legs and tongue. Look at that tongue. You can kill that with, I want to say, 90-some power bombs. And oh, he's going to walk him the whole way off the bridge. This is pretty great. That's not supposed to happen. Yeah, Croc was misbehaving, but that leash took care of him. But yeah, you can kill Crocomire's tongue with power bombs. I think it takes 96 or 97 power bombs. Power bombs are the only thing that can damage Crocomire's tongue that don't damage Crocomire. And so, I don't know why you would do this, but there is an HP value to Crocomire's tongue, and it does take powerbomb damage. So I feel like that's some trivia for the speed gaming commentary after dark network here that we got going on. But Fusion Warrior is almost to his Fire Rod. But yeah, I see Jerson noting that it does take 90+ power bombs. There are only 50 power bombs in the normal Super Metroid game. So you would need to, if you wanted to do this on a vanilla cartridge, to farm power bombs in the Crocomire fight. And I actually don't know what the drop odds are for Crocomire's projectiles that he spits, but that's where you have to farm ammo. And there is that Fire Rod for Fusion Warrior. That puts Fusion Warrior into go mode. And so now all he needs to do is go finish Skullwoods, Ganon's Tower, and Torian and Mother Brain. as Lackattack is back into the blind fight. And he's off script, so now he's in bullet hell mode and is sight reading this, but doing a really nice job, not taking any additional damage. You know, I kind of enjoy or agree with BNet here. Crocomyre's Tongue RTA is a pretty cool category idea, assuming that there's a drop probability for the for power bombs. Because I don't know if you'd be better off getting, you know, Charge Beam and managing him in one power bomb pack, or if you should go and get other power bomb packs so you don't need to farm, you know, 20 power bomb cycles. But Lackattack is on his way to do the purple chest quest, and he already got his mirror and his flute. So this is actually really, really bright. He's going to be able to get back to purple chest optimally. And go right for his bow. And so that's going to let him use those silver arrows, and so that's going to make a lot of his boss fights faster. Ooh. Cadrill. I don't know if Croc's Tongue has iframes. That's a great idea, though. If someone isn't, you know, busy beating up on little rabbits in the grass like Lackattack, or watching or commentating this race, if they fire up the practice ROM and want to give us an answer on if you can X-ray buffer the iframes on Croc's Tongue to get multi-hits out of a single power bomb, I think that would break Croc Tongue RTA wide open. Crocomyre isn't so much microwave immune as microwave it doesn't matter, because his sprite is so fat that it takes enough hits from a charged plasma shot that, like, by the time the plasma beam passes through him, he's just going to back the whole way into the acid pit anyway. So you don't need to X-ray him or X-ray buffer to microwave him. I don't know if it works or not. I would assume it would. I would assume that it would work. And oh, Lackattack. Thankfully, he has all those extra rupees. It's good that he picked up that that extra rupee there in Popo Genocide 2, because he did just take a hit while he had Kiki, and so lost an extra 10 rupees there. And he's going to mirror and go get his lamp. And so this is going to give him that first fire source. He's going to have to go back for fire rods still, because as we can see on FusionWarrior's screen, Skullwoods is still a crystal dungeon. So he will have to go to Croc at some point. But I like this play of grabbing lamp, and having that first fire source, just because it will probably speed up execution in the dark rooms. I think that this is a suboptimal thing to do, but I think probably for most players it ends up saving time. So when Crocomyre's tongue dies, the sprite just despawns and he no longer has a tongue. We see Fire Rod strats going on FusionWarrior's side, but Moth is giving him the business a little bit, but he gets through. And that will give him his 7th crystal, I believe. So we can try and guess what chest the Ganon's Tower Big Key will be in. But I I think with a little bit of deja vu, we've seen this one before. And so we aren't going to activate the guessing game. Lackattack has already been through that one for us. But Rocky getting it right this time. Our winner from last time nails it exactly this time. Watch FusionWarrior go hard left. We all just got super debated. And so FusionWarrior will be making his way into Ganon's Tower. And for anyone just coming back around, nice statue push there. Lackattack going for the nice NMG sexy statue there. For anyone just joining, Lackattack had a bit of a hardware issue where his save file corrupted. And so he's playing back through the seed. From what was a fairly late stage, he was fairly close to completing the seed and suffered a loss of a lot of progress. And so it's good to see him still battling. But now he's playing through with full knowledge of where all of the items were, provided his memory is good, which so far his memory has been very good. I don't know if he's reviewed his own VOD or took notes or just is playing from pure memory, but he's been going, you know, basically on a tether, item to item. And so FusionWarrior is opening Ganon's Tower now. So the guessing game for his side of the screen has closed. I think everyone guessed 2. So there was a 7 in there. Someone thought he was on DM strats. It looks like he's not DMing though. So I think we're gonna see him. Yep, he's gonna get it in chest number 2. And is going to have to grab a small key. He was thinking about maybe going tile room for that small key. Maybe? Maybe he wants it from the tile room. And getting his small key, and that's going to set him up to go up Ganon's Tower. And so yeah, GG to Rocky2418 on that guess of 2. Only shouting Rocky out because he also won the first guessing game, and you know, we're trying to make content from nothing around here right now. But really, you know, focusing on, you know, the execution the runners are showing, like, FusionWarrior's been playing very, very well, and so has Lackattack, battling back through this seed. And so there's that grapple beam, which I don't know how I feel about the grapple pickup, honestly, because it's not required, but at the same time, it can help his farming for Ridley. So I don't know what his super ammo situation looks like. I would expect him to get Charge Beam first. And nice key dash there from FusionWarrior. Taking safe strats here in the Spike Switch room. Oh, really safe strats, killing the Red Mimic. Lackattack is gonna need to be careful about Crocomire here. His ammo is not in a great spot. He has enough ammo to get through this, but he does need to, yeah, be careful about, you know, making sure Croc doesn't do sort of bad cycles. And FusionWarrior into the gauntlet. Lackattack going to get his fire rod again. Thought we might have been getting an effort at a spike suit, but did not turn into a ball, just ran right into the spike wall. And with only 50 arrows left, FusionWarrior is going to need to be careful. He only has 50 arrows, and so you know, he's going to need some of them for the Ganon fight. I like that, Panda Squared. The saltiest run back. That is exactly what's going on right now, which is pretty tragic. Like, we just have to kind of smile in the face of misfortune. Not in the Schadenfreude sense, but in the sense that if you don't laugh, you'll cry. Yeah, we're not at the point of talking about how many Ganon falls behind Lack is in this race. I refuse to endorse that. But nice silver shot there. Down to 39 arrows. There was a real risk of this one going badly, but FusionWarrior got through it and is on to Wizrobe's 1. Using those Samaria strats and passing up the red rupee. That red rupee would actually be a lag reduction strat for FusionWarrior because of how the game processes digits. This is shout out to players who know this stuff. TGH taught me this one, that the game lags more when it renders higher digits because of how it processes digits. So 999 rupees lags the game much more than having 1,000 rupees because of the way the game displays the digits on the screen. And so high rupee totals actually lag the game, which is a testament to how crazy the coding in A Link to the Past is. I believe this to be fact, because I don't think Tej would have a reason to lie to me about this. But it's so crazy. But yeah, passing that big 20 was committing to more lag. And we're back into A Link to the Past for Lackattack. Let's see where he's headed. And Torches 2 going badly for FusionWarrior. He's going to have to reset the room there. And go at it again. Okay, using the around the bottom, the lamp strats on Torches 2. The first time I got to Torches 2 without Fire Rod, I had no idea what the hell I was doing. And, like, I think I got through it, but it was really ugly. Alright, so the switch... Oh, because he hit the switch on the way out of the switch and spike room. And so the switch was set up a little differently for him to powder the anti-fairy. And he's thinking about how he wants to go about doing this. Filling up. And making through... And he's headed back. Now, what is... Oh! Wait... He never killed the mini Helma for the key. Oh, man. Oh, nuts. He's... Oh, no. He doesn't know about the mini Helma key. I commentated a race like this in the NMG tournament, and it was so depressing, and now it's sort of apropos, and I'm kind of in favor of this happening. Just mirror out and go get a key, whatever, dude. You know, we got a race, fellas. Why are you not... What is going on? I can't process this. All apologies to FusionWarrior for this if I'm not supposed to be laughing at these memes, but... Oh boy. Oh, we're gonna have to mirror out. Yeah, I've never seen a race quite like this race. Yeah. I don't know if me laughing here is BM or not, and I don't mean it as BM. I think he's still well ahead, but, you know, I'm all for this being a thing. Yeah, and he is aware of the situation. He might be throwing. I don't know. I have no idea. I think he forgot about Helma Key. And yeah, there's no way you're not tired after 4 hours of playing a seed. BM is bad manners. And I mean no offense to either of the runners for any fun I have had that may seem at their expense. So, if y'all watch it back and are pissed at me, take this part of the VOD as my apology to you. And so we'll see how he handles the Mimics rooms. So I think this is a different approach to Mimics 1 than he took the first time. We'll see how he does Mimics 2. From what I can say, and I'm in a few different Discords with FusionWarrior, he would not be the sort to BM here. I think he legit forgot about the Helma Key. And full disclosure, I feel okay based on rapport I have with him in some of those Discords, which isn't overly familiar, but is good enough that I feel like I can rib him a little on the Helma Key thing and hope that, you know, he doesn't take it too personally. But by all accounts, FusionWarrior is a very nice dude. And so I do not believe that he would intentionally be a dick to anyone. He has taken the Josh fairies. And so that'll give him some extra health going back. And yeah, it looks like Lack is setting up for ice. Although he's, you know, ooh. He's thinking about not using his power bombs to kill those guys. He did get this way earlier. He's down to 36, folks. Like, we're in Aero Crisis mode around here. Oh boy. And, oh my god. That's awful for lackattack. That Yeah, the Toasty Muffins emote there, that Brendan, is basically the most appropriate. That's really unfortunate. I do not feel good at all laughing about anything bad happening on lackattack screens, so I'm just gonna be sad about that. Whereas FusionWarrior with a solid lead right now. That snipe! That snipe on that first landmo was really, really good. Oh, almost got the third one there, too. So he went to Spark to Ice. I don't know if Lack knows that he can refill from reserves mid-Spark. And so I'm gonna be quiet for a minute while I go find the... Whoa, what did the screen do there? That is... I think that's something that happens when you basically misregister going through the door. Oh yeah, he has screwed up his camera. He's in the right room, but does not have the right camera. That happens usually with the speed booster room, and I forget exactly what causes that to happen. It's where you move too quickly through a room that like the camera can't catch up with where your position is. Because it happens sometimes in Wrecked Ship. Especially in the Super Metroid Open Randomizer, which hacks some tiles to be a little different. And lets you get to Phantoon without Morph. I don't remember exactly what causes it, though. I wish I had a better answer. If there are any of the very educated Super Metroid community folks here who want to chime in on that one, I'd be interested to know the answer. But he is going to go get his Ice Beam. He is committed to this Ice Beam. Alright, first try Ice Beam. Got it. And his health's in good shape. We're good to go. And we are up to the top of Ganon's Tower again with a small key. So this is good. So I'll offer this up in chat for you. This was a nice NMG race from Speed Gaming a while back as Trolldorm 2 does his thing. So I can say that FusionWarrior is not the first, nor will he be the last, to suffer the forgetting of the Helmasaur key. That one was probably more depressing because it cost Solidus a race that, I mean, I felt he should have won, but you know, these things happen. That's the nature of playing the games. Yo, and there is that medallion. I hate the room that FusionWarrior was just in, that mini Helma ice bumper nonsense room. and Agatu starting off with the 0. You'll notice that the patterns that FusionWarrior is getting are different from the patterns that lackattack got when he was here a while back. And that's because the RNG on these things is not fixed in the crossover rando. So the space that was used to fix those RNG values for AGA 1, AGA 2, Ganon teleports and the like, occupied space that was needed for the crossover ROM to add Super Metroid to the ROM and include all the Link to the Past rando stuff. And so those things, a lot of people will think they're fixed. They're definitely not fixed. We just saw very different AGA 2 patterns. And yeah, Lack was up in Desert earlier, just did not have his fire source yet, and then he went and got both the fire sources, so now he has them. And so FusionWarrior is about to drop into his Ganon fight with a full Y menu. Check that out, boys and girls. Boys used as a non-gender specific fun thing. But, you know, not trying to perpetuate the patriarchy here on speed gaming. Trying to be inclusive. But we are going Cane of Burna strats. But that Y menu was super impressive. Yeah, we go with folks a lot. We're almost through with Ganon Phase 2. Thankfully, there's a fairy and a blue potion left. So the health situation is a lot less dire than it may look from the one heart and the beeping. And lackattack is back into Ice Palace. But yeah, this seed like really did enable you to have a pretty fast go mode. Just with none of the items were positioned truly horribly. The worst things were probably the last two things for FusionWarrior. That being the fire rod, of course, at Crocomire, which took quite a while, and the bow in the purple chest. Those were kind of the two potential hang-up items, and lackattack found them fairly quickly, and knowing that they're there, they're not all that tough to recover. But the fact that that ice rod wasn't needed, no medallions were needed, this was a seed that really required relatively few items. But we are into Ganon Phase 4. Thankfully, Half Magic is here helping FusionWarrior has got his back. He did have enough time on the timer there. I was worried about the Ganon timer, and now I'm really worried about firing the fire rod right here. Okay, now Ganon's back on the top of the screen. We're good to go. Staying on off with that fire bat was pretty lucky. Good response by FusionWarrior. And he does have Ganon dead. So all he needs to do is cross the bridge here, and then it's down to completing Super Metroid. Let's see how he chooses to route this. He is going to take the parlor entry rather than the save and quit for a harder reset, which is what you might typically see, as Lack is into a pretty precarious NMG-type cold stare with even fewer hearts than normal, and really, really nice cold fight. And FusionWarrior is going to go get his Ice Beam, as we thought, on the way to Torian. See if he can get this short charge as lackattack. What would... Oh, double supers. Yeah, he wants extra ammo. This is a good call, a good memory by him that there's 2 super packs right here. And yeah, FusionWarrior did know Ice Beam was here. He came here earlier and wall jumped up without Speed Booster, and so he decided he wanted to grab it on his way to Torian to make the Metroids a little easier. I agree with Kamadora's assessment that it is unlikely to actually be a time save, but, you know, I can respect the choice to go get it. And looks like FusionWarrior is going back the other way. Maybe he wants to refill? If anyone is interested in the Metroid hacking community, Super Metroid specifically, I would say go check out Metconst or Metroid Construction. That's where most of the Metroid hacking community or Super Metroid hacking community sort of congregates, Metconst. And so most of your resources for that, while the randomizer is something that's somewhat different, there's a lot of overlap. Most of the community is over there. And so yeah, FusionWarrior did get his ship refill. And so he is headed to Torian. We'll see how this goes for him. But yeah, FusionWarrior is familiar with Lack's situation. Lack was pretty honest about it in the SRL chat, but it's good to see him battling through. FusionWarrior was basically like, yeah, maybe you can still win. And that's the right thing. Is it's good to see both the runners playing it out. You can let things get settled up afterwards, but looks like he is getting grabbed by this Metroid. Screw attack will prevent it from dealing damage, but he gets the Metroid there. And so far so good now, recovering and getting through Metroids 1. 3 more rooms to go. Unfortunately, I think he scrolled the screen down too fast to get the second Metroid to follow. Yeah, so he had to jump up and get at it. And he got grabbed by another Metroid, but that one behaved very oddly. It kind of went over the wall there. But he makes it through his Metroid rooms and is into almost into the big boy room. As Lackattack is giving us our third Argus fight of the night. We've almost had as many Argus fights as we've had, or no, we've had this, no, almost as many as we've had Moth fights. I think we've had the bonus Moth fight. I was going to say blind fights, and that would also have been true. But I couldn't remember for a second. And yeah, not going for Baby Skip for FusionWarrior. I don't believe he knows Baby Skip as a technique. Obviously he's aware of it, but it's actually surprisingly difficult to pull off. It requires some fairly tight timing, and often if you aren't confident with Baby Skip, it just makes more sense to not go for it instead of wasting time and then ending up failing it, say, on the last jump or something, because those jumps are pretty tight. Yeah, so with 3 E-Tanks and some good ammo, I think that Lackattack's in a good place to finish Super Metroid, but he's going somewhere. Where's he going? Because that's all of his crystal dungeon. That was Crystal 7, so could see. I guess maybe he's going to go do Dragon via backdoor. I'm curious to see what sort of boss routing he takes here. I wonder if doing an in-and-out Dragon is the right call from here. I have difficulty thinking that it's objectively faster, because you're already going to have to go to Kraid, and you didn't really need to be back in A Link to the Past and go through this part of the map, but you know, this is such a quick, clean route to just go in and out for Meridia here. FusionWarrior having a little bit of trouble with his Zeb Skip. If he decides against Zeb Skip, you know, he does have ammo to make it through. And oh, I thought he had something promising there. And there he goes, gets the Zeb Skip, and using Spring Ball, objectively one of the absolute best items in Super Metroid. There is a reason Spring Ball is on the tracker, and that reason is Solsky lobbied for it. But realistically, that reason is that it's awesome. And we're going to get a nice fried Dragon, a grapple kill. Although Dragon being a jerk with the RNG right now. And there we go. Thankfully, having all the suits right now for lackattack helps a ton with getting Dragon dead. And there's that hyper beam going off. So we're through into the Mother Brain 3. Enjoy that bonus time of the hyper beam sound. Yeah, reserve tank's coming up big there, and so yeah, FusionWarrior surviving through. And so with his health refilled, all Baby Metroid has left to do, all it can give is Hyper Beam, which is a pretty sweet gift. But unfortunately, Baby Thumps all around. And not going for lag corner strats. Okay, here we go. Here's lag corner strats, but Mother Brain's really encroached. And looks like... what's lackattack doing? I guess he wants to go grab Charge Beam? And looks like he wasn't doing it immediately, but it looks like he is headed for his escape. So we'll see how FusionWarrior handles his escape here. And with Screw Attack back on, this Leodox room here is a little less threatening, but you still can fall the whole way down. These space pirates are jerks. And so, Dragon down, I guess the play here for lackattack is do this in and out Fantoon, take Parlor Portal, and use the Parlor Portal to get back over to A Link to the Past, go to Death Mountain, because the old man's already saved because he has gravity. Use the upper Norfair portal to go up, kill Kraid, go down, kill Ridley. Portal back from the acid pool, hard reset, go to Torian. I think that's probably the fastest line for Lack to complete the game from this point. But definitely grabbing those high jump boots. Good memory there. I forgot those were there. And looks like we might see a visit to the animals. I did not expect this today. I don't know if Fusion always saves the animals or not, but bye-bye, little Edakun. You gotta get out. And now you gotta get out, Fusion. Yeah, there you go. I wasn't sure if he was going down with the ship or not there for a second. And yeah, FusionWarrior is on the ship, and his timer has stopped with a 4:32:29. GG on completing the seed, FusionWarrior. He informs us that this is a PB. So congratulations on the PB to FusionWarrior. Really nicely run race. Meanwhile, I say timer has stopped at, because there is not an official SRL time. FusionWarrior has forfeited in the SRL channel. So get your GGs in chat for FusionWarrior. As Fantoon is enraged. So yeah, PB hype for FusionWarrior. And Fantoon is down for lackattack. Yeah, if you're not yet following these players, you know, good on both of them. Good on lackattack continuing to battle back with, you know, a hardware failure like that or whatever it may have been. And good on Fusion for, you know, the display of sportsmanship, and we'll see how this ultimately gets settled. It's not something that I or anyone who is here right now can really comment on. But show them some love. If the rematch is immediately to follow, I am not commentating it. I don't know who is, but you know, whatever they want to do. We graduated a while ago in beverage choice to really tasty beverages like hot tea. So yeah, no more beers for me tonight. But let's see. So after Fantoon's that, it looks like he's gonna go down Red Tower rather than take the Parlor Portal and go to Death Mountain via save and quit for Upper Norfair. And I think with the 2 elevator rides this and all the extra screen transitions that this works out to be slower. Oh man, that two-part Donkey Kong is getting me good, EA. It's all the hot tea, but I can't stop laughing at that. I was ramping myself up for some sleep, but yeah, nice 224 collection rate, 236 144 for the 420 1245 for FusionWarrior. Big congrats to FusionWarrior on that PB. And we do have the reset here from lackattack. Bless RNG for the save file, and we're good. Yeah, major props to lackattack playing through this one. Yeah, everyone get your coziest emotes in chat. Not that thing with the hook. That's terrifying, Helix. That is, I don't like that at all. But cozy things. Yeah, there we go. That penguin there, or bird, the Kelpsy cozy. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Not Lethar Fwens. Whatever, Lethar Fwens can be cozy. I'm glad everyone's still here and having fun and showing FusionWarrior and lackattack some love. Because this has been a real trying race for both these guys. Man, y'all had some real adorable emotes. I approve so heartily of them. So thank you for sharing those. Right now, lackattack had forfeited, but he did undone, unforfeited, and had not done anything to, suggest that he wouldn't be able to continue his run. Didn't, come in chat or do any of the things that runners are not supposed to do, and just took a minute to breathe and got right back on it. And we see he went for the Ridley skip, which is not a sanctioned move in NMG. And so he's gonna have to go kill Ridley. That's gonna cost him a little bit of time. But I'm sure he'll get it done. Ridley, unfortunately, is all the way on the other side of the map. And honestly, I would rather, just meme gift Solsky subs to Speed Gaming for the next couple of years rather than sub to the 97 different channels that y'all have emotes from. But I appreciate everyone around here just showing so much love and support to all their favorites. And we are back into Lower Norfair. lackattack was using some of the nice cross-game technology that the crossover randomizer showcases so nicely, that's so unique to this game. That ability to fast teleport across the map in Super Metroid is so unique to this, and it's honestly a large part of, you know, why some very good Super Metroid players were were more challenged by this, just by not understanding some of the crossover logic and not fully utilizing the fact that you didn't need to travel the whole way across Zebes every time you wanted to go anywhere anymore. Not taking advantage of that was a big hindrance, for instance, like when Zost was starting out. And at this point, Zost is very, very good at the crossover rando, and I would be... he's on my list of players whom I suspect will make top 8 of this tournament. That's what I'll say. But, you know, players like him with immense Super Metroid skill and familiarity, not performing to that level early on, just because you really need to have that cross-game knowledge that lackattack's showing. Yeah, like Keku. Keku has great knowledge of both games. Shout out to admin extraordinaire Kekuman Shoyu, Kekuman whatever. He's the best at opening that gate on the Croc Escape, where the missile pack normally is, as long as he doesn't have Various Suit. Man, I wish I had that clip handy. Keku, I can't not remind you, dude. That's like an all-time favorite clip. But yeah, Lack did make great use of the cross-game portals and is almost at Ridley now, so after an attempt at the Ridley skip, he will be in good shape. Oh man, there it is! It even has an epic name. Thank you, Keku, for finding the thing that I'm referencing that is incredibly esoteric, and like 2 people in chat, that being me and you, probably got. I think Super Nintendo probably had seen it too. But yeah. That's such a good one. Yeah, I think the runners are exhausted, and so I don't... I'm not shocked that Fusion did not choose to come chat. We'll see if lackattack wants to come chat, but remember that the runners are on a 15-minute delay, so when they finish, they can be asleep for 15 minutes by the time we all see them finish. And nice full beam Ridley here. Lackattack has somehow cobbled together 5 energy tanks. Despite, you know, a really absurdly good time on this seed. And Ridley is just being a jerk. But thankfully Lackattack has all the ammo he could ever need, so he'll be in good shape. So the fastest way for Lackattack to get to Torian here is to go back through the acid, and then green gate glitch to go back to the Meyer area, save and quit, and then go to Link's house. But he's not saving a lot of ammo here, so unless Ridley drops a lot of supers, he might not want to do that green gate glitch. We might see him take the route to Upper Norfair as well. And so yeah, Ridley doing his typical thing and dropping really crappy super ammo. And that bomb capacity, had to have it. I love that clip has inspired such participation in chat, so much enjoyment.
Well, Lack did a good job.
Oh, whoa! Fusion is here and wants to chat. Yo, Fusion, GG.
Thanks.
I thought you were asleep.
Nah. It's only 3 a.m. The in-laws are coming tomorrow, so I don't need to sleep.
Well, yeah. Thank you for joining me. I assumed that, wrongly, that when there was no more traffic in the SRL channel that you had said, okay, I'm done, I gotta sleep.
Nah.
You said this was a PB for you?
Yeah, no, definitely a PB. I think this
Wow.
is my first sub 5, actually.
Oh man, that is a massive PB then. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Probably would have done better if I didn't decide to skip Croc because I didn't have charge yet.
I see. I wasn't sure why you decided to skip Croc. I mean, sometimes just skipping Croc is absolutely fine, but of course in this seed it took you a while to get back down there, and it had the fire rod, which is what you were looking for. Really,
Would have
the fire rod,
different.
yeah, the fire rod and bow really were the things that were the big holdups in this, of course. Whereas, not the second time around, but the first time around, do you know what lackattack's go mode item was?
No idea. What was it?
It wasn't either of the last two of yours. It was something kind of silly, but that kind of makes sense as well. It was the hammer.
Yeah,
So,
I could see that.
yeah, like, just going up to Spectacle Rock without the mirror isn't something that you do very readily, and so he found everything basically shortly after Mirror, and like had other things to do but go to Hera. And so like he never went to East Death Mountain ever.
Oh.
It was really unreal. I think he was in go mode at like 206 or 207 the first time around, and then the second time at like 350.
Wow.
Because I mean, knowing where all the items are, I
Yeah,
mean, it's pretty quick to go and carve through the seed, especially a seed like this where there were some crappy item locations, but none of them were independently that long. Like the minimum path wasn't that long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Chat showing some love for you, saving the animals. Is that a typical play for you? I don't remember. I think you might be one of the folks who normally saves the animals, and I just couldn't remember.
It all depends on the circumstance. If I'm not about to PB, I always save the animals. Because, you know, FusionWarrior, Metroid Fusion, I kind of like that game.
Makes a lot of sense. I wasn't sure that your name was an homage to Metroid Fusion, but that makes a lot of sense.
It's not. It's a coincidence.
Oh. Okay. It was not obvious to me that it was, and now that it's not, I was just debated. Dude, I'm like 5 hours into a commentary. Like, you can't do that to me. But, you know, AG, unfortunately, I think had something happen where there were some storms in the area. I think he had to drop out, but he was here with me for a while and doing an excellent job of carrying me. But
I look forward to the VOD for that.
Yeah. Well, wait. I had a little bit of a giggle at your expense with the Helmasaur key thing.
Oh.
And so I thought you were going back to get the Helma key, and then you mirrored. And there was a very similar situation in the A Link to the Past NMG tournament, which was a lot more tragic because that runner had a lead that was less than the cost of the mistake.
Oh, wow.
And so it was not unprecedented, the Helmasaur key error you made. But I got a little bit of a chuckle out of it just because I knew how far ahead you were. So, you know, no hard feelings on that. I'm sorry that your PB was a couple minutes worse.
It's fine. 0 Point had a question, knowing about Lack's problems. Yeah, knowing... All I knew was that it sounded like he was just about to finish when everything went south. That's all the information I had. I I didn't change my routing much at all. Maybe didn't check Shack Tool instantly because this was clearly a jet seed. But no, my decision was at that point that I would finish the race so that the audience would get to see, what the seed looked like through and through, and then save the animals, forfeit, and then go to the ship and end my timer so I would know my PB.
Yeah, which chat showed you some love for that. Absolutely great sportsmanship, and it's great to see, And I mean, that's what I was saying was, everything I know about you, mostly from interactions in a couple Discord channels, but just, a little bit of previous experience seeing you race and stuff. Like, I knew that there was no bad manners going on and things like that. And so everyone really appreciated and thought that was a really classy thing to do.
Yeah, it's just like, look, I just PB'd a jet seed just over 4.5 hours. I'm not gonna win the money. I never was. I just want to have fun.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that a forfeit here sets you up for more competitive matches in future rounds, and so I'm looking forward to those matches as well, because I think that in the 0-1, the 1-1, the 1-2 type brackets, there's a lot of really competitive potential pairings for you. And I think that those are going to be some really hype matchups. I really look forward to watching them, honestly.
So Kuchiri asked what I want the admins to decide for the race. Well, honestly, I'm not going to win anything anyway. I want what's best for everybody. Like, I had fun. That's why I'm here. The admins can decide whatever they think is appropriate. I finished the seed, but I did technically forfeit before I finished the seed. So that should be considered when any ruling's done.
Yeah, so to update you on what happened, chat's saying a little bit. Lack had finished Ganon and had all 4 Super Metroid bosses dead when I didn't catch what caused his reset. I thought he may have hit an intergame portal and used that for the save to reset. And then when he went to select his file, there was just nothing there. It wasn't no data, but it was a 0-minute file. Like it had ship saved him.
Oh.
But like it had ship saved him after series, or like when you're starting the ROM. And so I have no idea what that was about. That's something that is an entirely separate thing that people are going to, have to try and figure out what exactly went wrong by reviewing the VOD or whatever.
Yeah.
But
might want to send some of the save and data over to the randomizer staff, so that way maybe something in the save file itself could be gleaned.
Yeah. So I'll have to look at the clip. I guess he went through the portal, saved and quit, and when after the save and quit is, I guess, the big question. I always wait until I can see the date for A Link to the Past pop up before I do the hard reset, because I play with an abundance of caution for those things, because I don't know when it actually records the data and when it's finished writing and all that. But that would be my worry, and now I'm totally going to continue doing that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I didn't do the instant after Ganon save and quit because I wanted to go grab Ice Beam. I was glad to know where Ice Beam was, because I do not want to ever have Ice Beam until the last minute in this game, unless I need it to progress.
And lackattack is also having some trouble with his Zeb skip. Hope he can get this.
I've never seen the Zeb skip attempted after the lava has risen.
Yeah, I mean, the Renka will spawn, you can freeze it. What he needs to do is, of course, a little spin jump away, or a little jump away to land on the Rinka, which will pull him 1 pixel into the Rinka, and then jump up and through the Zebetite. But looks like he is going to instead go the missile refill route. He would not have had enough ammo to do Mother Brain 1 with his current loadout if he killed all the Zebs.
Yeah.
So this is a good heads-up play by him. Otherwise, he would have risked soft-locking at Mother Brain 1.
It's always very tragic when that happens.
Yeah, he would have had 26 missile, or 26... Or no, never mind. He had enough ammo. I was thinking for some reason that his supers turned into missiles all of a sudden. He has enough ammo to kill Mother Brain 1, but he's doing this to be safe. He would have needed 12 for the remaining Zebs, 6 for the glass, which then would have been 18, and he would have had 20 supers when he needs 10 for damage, and I think 11 for projectile count, because there's some weird things about Mother Brain where you need to hit her with, like, a certain number of projectiles in addition to a certain number of damage, or a certain amount of damage.
Yeah, it's
weird.
It's weird.
The game's weird, which usually is applied to A Link to the Past more aggressively than Super Metroid, but Super Metroid in ways is weird. A non-weird game doesn't have Spike Suit.
Yeah, true. A non-weird game doesn't have sections that are made trivial because you can turn off items once you've gotten them. Looking at you, Ocean.
Oh yeah, that part of the game. Oh man, that turret snipe got him. Thankfully, Lackattack has plenty of extra supers.
I found it really weird that I didn't take any damage during Mother Brain 2. I was shocked by that.
Yeah, that you had a really nice Mother Brain. And I have to ask Zev67 in chat, is that a reference to my Rando League race where I locked Mother Brain for like 7 minutes? Because I was an idiot. And messed up my stand-up glitch? Or did someone else have the same misfortune?
Yeah, if I actually pulled off stand-up glitch this game, it would have been the second time ever.
Stand-up's a lot of fun, but it can really wreck ya. I had no idea how long when I lagged out, because I'd never accidentally faced right when I got locked on the ground. And so I didn't know how long that soft lock actually took, and I was trying to item cancel, get out of it, but then I was just like stuck waiting, and my save was far enough back that I said my only chance is that this breaks, and that was a fun one. But thankfully, Lackattack did not have enough E-Tanks to risk screwing up stand-up glitch, so he's going to be into Mother Brain 3 in, just about a minute or so.
I believe I PB'd by almost a full hour, Alaskan Falcon.
That's just insane. Like, that's so good. GG.
Well, to be fair, most of my runs are multi-segment, so I don't record for length.
That's fair. So like you can't really count those other than, some folks like to measure the in-game time, but the in-game time is irreparably broken in this.
Yeah, especially with all the save and quick manipulation that can be done. Absolutely. What I do when I do record multi-segment is I'll pause my W split and come back to it later. I don't count it, but I can sometimes, know, oh, this was 7 hours, this was 8 hours, this was 6 hours.
That's fair. I mean, and having a 430 as 432 as a single segment PB. That's that's a really nice achievement. And I'm sure I fully expect you to see sub 4 out of you by the end of the tournament, assuming that you continue to play out and finish all the races. And I mean, you've got the skill to get it done. This one you would have had it barring the fire rod location.
Yeah, no, for sure. In fact, there was a recent seed that I was watching that had an evil Book of Pandora at the same place as the fire rod, and it was a hard difficulty seed, so you had to basically get that with only high jump and speed. No morph.
Which location with high jump and speed, no morph?
Grapple.
Grapple. Oof.
It required tricks to get in, but to get out, you had to do get Grapple Training Room 3 with turning off the high jump that you had acquired and jumping over the 2 ponds. If you left it on or turned off speed, you would bonk your head, and then you had to instantly wall jump as soon as you got to the other side. It was not a easy trick, but it inspired me to check Grapple before I checked anything else, and that at least that paid off.
Yeah. So NDS is saying that Stutter 3 is accidentally in logic because it's not supposed to be in logic in hard mode for the pantry item.
Oh, it wasn't. They didn't need a Stutter 3 to get out. It was just a tough as nails, basically CWJ level running jump, then wall jump, while timing it with the rising and falling tide. In Mario terms, think of it having to time one of those Kaizo gates, 3 platform rotators, at the same time as having to time it with a Boo carousel.
Oof, that does not sound fun at all. So, yeah, people are guessing 1 for lackattack now instead of 2.
I wonder why.
That's yeah, that's gonna be an interesting read. We'll see. Wow, the Savant.
I actually only recently started checking the 2 right side items. Now, I'm upset at where the keys were, the key chests were. This is, I think, the second time I've gotten trolled by the chest in the tower.
Yeah, so, I mean, here it was preventable just because you had a small key before you went up. You grabbed a small key from the torch, which is what you need. You need 1 small key going up because you need 2 small keys for the doors. But you always can get 1 small key from the mini Helmosaurus.
Oh, oh, shoot. That's the one I forgot.
Yeah, so you went back into the room and I was like, he's gonna kill the mini Helmosaurs and go get his key because he forgot. And then you went past it and like all the way back down and I said, oh, nuts.
I've had so many seeds where that chest in the room where I farm fairies has a key that sometimes you just forget there's other options.
Yeah. So typically, you want to always be sure for the future to go up from the first floor of Ganon's tower with one small key, because you're always
And
guaranteed
kill
to be able
the
to.
Helmosaur.
You're always guaranteed to be able to get one small key drop from the mini Helmosaurs. It's not nearly as bad as the clip that I posted in chat from the NMG tournament, where one of the runners killed the Helmosaurs, left the small key sitting on the floor, and then went through and mirrored out. That one still hurts. That one felt really bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, meanwhile, lackattack is having a nice gauntlet rerun here. Getting bad Stalfos behavior. People tell me that you're supposed to always be able to hit that Stalfos with the Fire Rod Ancilla, but what just happened to lackattack regularly happens to me to the point where I've kind of given up on it.
Yeah.
And nice cleanup on the second round where it's actually harder to get that Lambo too. But yeah, lackattack is going through GT. 8 hearts, green mail. Like, that's impressive, honestly, from anyone doing an 8-heart green mail Ganon's Tower. Like, that's not something you do in NMG because you've gotten more hearts than that from the dungeons. So,
Yeah. No,
this is uncommon. I think the lowest I've ever had in crossover is 9, which was one of the first co-op seeds I did.
Yeah, to once again, this just puts, like, a stamp on top of the fact that I was not meant to win this. I can't even get through half these rooms with twice that health with that mail.
You played quite well, to be honest. I would agree with your assessment that in this, lackattack has an execution advantage, but by virtue of it being randomizer, I wouldn't say, anyone was meant to or not meant to win it.
Yeah. Helmosaur!
Yep, they got the key, and they will always have the key. This is very interesting room management there by lackattack on the rings of switch pegs, but makes it through. And we'll see if we get a meme Moldorm hover. I don't think we've seen lackattack hover yet, which doesn't mean he can't. It just means that he hasn't. But it looks like he's set up to hookshot his way across. Oh man, he's getting his hearts here. I like that he's going. Man, this room when it goes bad goes bad. And it went like intentionally sideways for lackattack there, where like that was part of his plan, but it kind of got a little out of hand. But that he was farming the health there is really heads up.
Yeah, just Helmosaur pinball.
Yeah, that is my worst room in the game for A Link to the Past.
And this is mine. I cannot figure out Geometry Wizard.
Geometry Wizard takes some practice and some luck. Like there, a potential light ball just despawned because Aga got knocked back against the rails, against the wall of the arena. And so if the ball is in the wall and it tries to leave, it collides with the wall hitbox and just doesn't spawn. And so, like their lackattack may have
great triple.
Been set up for a double. He did end with a nice triple there. But he may have had a double there coming and just, lost it to Aga being in the wall. But dropping into the Ganon fight with 2.5 hearts. This is a true NMG player move. I don't know many folks who would just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna YOLO it on Ganon here, who don't run NMG.
Yeah.
But realistically, you shouldn't take any damage on Ganon, especially if the bats are a good pattern. Which isn't to say that I don't take damage on Ganon, because I regularly take damage on Ganon because I'm bad at it. But this is terrifying, this one-hit KO Ganon, but, you know, a lot less bad than it seems, especially now that we're in Phase 3. Like, there's no excuse for getting hit once it's Phase 3.
Just a sight to behold. I mean,
and looks like we're going for
Metroid's
Torch
my better
Glitch.
game by a mile, but...
These Ganon teleports all being on top of each other, honestly, like, seems like good luck, actually bad luck. And one more arrow, and Ganon is dead. So we can't see the timer here, but if he can cross the bridge, lackattack will be finishing the seed. And all right, let's get those GGs in chat for lackattack and for FusionWarrior. Both runners finishing. Lackattack finishing Dunning in the SRL channel with an official SRL time of 5 hours, 12 minutes, and 44 seconds. My God. We made it. And I think we will be getting lackattack to come by and talk to us here, assuming that we can get this interview going. But yeah, GG to lackattack. The mental fortitude it takes to battle back after a setback like that, I cannot even begin to describe. Like, I would have not faulted anybody for just forfeiting and leaving and being done and just saying, nope, screw this, I'm out. But instead, we got to watch lackattack fight back from scratch, but with full knowledge of the seed. And just destroy it on this low percent setting, and that was really cool. So I'm never glad that hardware failure happens, but I'm glad that because hardware failure happens, we got this great experience.
Absolutely. Like, I didn't know that the dot undone actually did anything. So I just felt I didn't want the audience to be robbed of the experience, but looks like they got a show no matter what.
Oh yeah, you guys both put on a really nice show. Early on, it was super close. I would say that, you know, lackattack made some decisions that really broke the race wide open and got him go mode, namely Purple Chest and Crocomire, in like the 130 to 150 time range, but the first 90 to 100 minutes of the seed were just wide open, and it may have even been to about 110 minutes that it just wasn't even clear how it was going to shake out. And I felt like you were advantaged for a little while. You got gravity early because lackattack tried to do the room in the dark, but fell in the hole too many times and died and noped out of the old man cave.
Yeah, I can see that happening. As soon as I had gravity, my plan was just to clear up the easier cats are being cats. Clear up the easier of the remaining Zelda checks, and then boom, finish off, you know, basically RBO the rest of the Metroid game.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Just, you know, finishing things off from a point as efficiently as you can. And sorry, we're trying to get lackattack in here. I see him in the chat. GG to lackattack. And what a race.
Yeah, GG.
I'm hoping that the Discord invite works and we're able to get him on in here to chat. I know he wants to come and, you know, say a couple words. But yeah, thank y'all for sticking with this one. This one's been really fun. We got to basically watch 3 races. And so hopefully we can get that interview at the end of it.
I have some questions I want to ask too.
All right, sorry, I need to check something real quick.
Yeah, I can't wait to see his item count.
Yeah, it's going to be exceptionally low, like unreal low, because, you know, he only got the bare minimum of stuff. I mean, he was doing 8 heart green male Ganon's Tower. And yo, lackattack has made it. GG, lackattack.
GG.
Yeah, hopefully, the technical difficulties do not extend to microphone, but we'll see. Hopefully, hopefully you can hear us and we'll be good to go. But I'm glad to have him join us. Hopefully, we'll hear from him shortly. But that was a really fun one. And so let's see, we're starting to get some stats here. So yeah, you went right for Tempered Sword, 7 Tempered Sword bosses, nothing extra. 319 menu, seems fine.
Hey.
And oh yo, lackattack, you
There
made
I
it.
am. Okay.
GG.
I'm here. We're good.
Yeah, we all made it. We survived.
Yeah. And my mic wasn't working, actually. I heard you say the tech difficulties, but you responded in a way, like, to the way I was talking at the right time, so I thought I was...
Oh, no.
But, yeah, check out those item count right there. 102, man.
Hot dang. That's
gotta be a record.
I can't say it's not, that's for sure. I don't know that anyone has finished one of these, you know, jet seeds and then gone back and replayed it.
Yeah, that's true. I'm kind of mad.
That's unreal.
I'm kind of mad I didn't get 99.
I was going to say, Sub Hundo was totally on the table. I saw that extra power bomb grabbing Ganon's Tower, and I'm sure there were a couple extras.
Yeah. Yeah, I was, like, actually looking for a heart, because it was so funny. Like, I had so much health in the first run, and I didn't even think about it. Like, I had to... as soon as the soft lock happened or whatever, or the save erase, I was so, like, just flustered. I didn't really know what to do. I just was gonna give up. And then Fusion in the chat said, well, maybe you can beat it before I do because you know where everything is. I said, you know what, I'll just go ahead and try it. And I don't think it was that close, but it was still kind of fun to, like, play through a seed knowing where everything was and, like, trying to route that in your head as you played. Just
yeah, it was really impressive to see.
Yeah, I had my local record everything, so I split my video and then went and watched the video to, like, look and see where things were. And I guess that's legal because it was me playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're allowed your own notes, and your VODs count as notes.
Cool. So I forgot a couple things, and I knew where, like, the big hitting items were. So Like I wanted Varia and Gravity. I wanted Plasma just to like so I could rip through everything, and I wanted to get the boots and Speed Booster so I wouldn't spend so much time walking in Link to the Past and Metroid. So, but yeah, there were some really like there were some really like cool moments in the seed. One was like the ice beam location, like trying to get up the whatever y'all call that. I don't know what the name of it is.
Criteria Supers, I think, is or
Okay.
Climb Supers is what most people seem to call it. That's not one that has a well-established community name, I think.
That's cool. Yeah, because somebody said Criteria Supers, and I wasn't sure what that was. But yeah, just kind of the puzzle of getting over there. I forgot that you could actually kill the slimes, and then I didn't have enough ammo, and so I had to go back to the ship and all that. So
that was a heartbreaker when you sparked up and then ran out of health. I was just,
yeah,
oh man.
Yeah. I actually didn't know that happened, that you stop shine sparking when your reserves kick in. I knew it was going to be close. Like
It's
to
you
die.
stop when you get to 29, like when the low health beep would kick in. So you could have paused menu to manual reserve and filled your health from the reserves and unpaused mid-spark
Oh, cool.
and kept going. So you can use your reserves to spark farther, but your shine spark stops at 29 health.
Gotcha. I did not know that, but next time I'll be ready. So I'm sure y'all touched on everything in the seed, but it was, it seemed really fast at the beginning. Like it seemed like all my decisions were paying off, except to get the old man who had gravity. When I died, I couldn't remember that. I couldn't remember in the dark. Like there was a little another slant down that I had to go down before I walked into that pit.
Oh yeah. So you were going around to where the bats were, using a down left input until you hit that little shelf and then a left input?
That's what I did because I forgot there was another little shelf there.
Yeah, you need to hold the down left for just probably about another 1.5 to 2 seconds, and then you're good to go. So there was that hole there.
Yeah. So
I couldn't tell what was happening because we didn't have your audio on at the time.
I see.
And so we just saw you die out of the blackness.
Yeah, that was kind of funny, but it really sucked that he had such a powerful item. But yeah, finding like the purple chest, fine. Like I just randomly was like, okay, I guess I'll do that. I went to the digging game with the frog and the chest, and the guy wouldn't let me dig. That was funny. I feel. Oh yeah, and then in the second playthrough, what was up with the pipe in Criteria? And so I was like, am I even gonna be able to finish? And I had to go all the way around to like see if I even could beat it.
Yeah, so sometimes, and I don't remember exactly what causes this, but basically when you move too quickly or in a certain way through a room, so I think you must have opened the door and like speed boosted through it before the game expected you to get there. It has trouble loading the next room, and so it screws up the camera. It happens sometimes in Wrecked Ship when you're scrolling that main shaft down when you're headed down to Fantoon, especially in the open randomizer, because the terrain's modified there. Like you can consistently mess the camera up there if you aren't careful about it, and it just like things break when that happens. And I normally see it happen at Speed Booster, I think is where it's most common in sort of in the vanilla game. But I hadn't seen it happen exactly there, sort of on the way to Wrecked Ship, and so it was good that you reset and that that fixes it.
Well, no, I couldn't. I had to go all the way around. Like I couldn't go back through that room. I had to get the Wrecked Ship. I had to go all the way, like down up through Red Tower, and come back. Like I never actually went through that room again. So I don't know what happened. So I mean.
I thought you reset to the ship and then just went.
I reset to the ship and tried to go again, and it didn't work again. It like saved that glitch state.
Oh gosh, that's really weird.
Yeah. I think you should grab your save file and submit it to the production team.
Okay. I mean, I have it, so I cannot believe that the save just. And I didn't even know that you could hard reset, like just turn the game off from Link to the Past until the other day, and that's the first time I ever did it, and it blew the save away.
Oh
So,
my god, that's
just. I've had some
uncommon.
problems with this randomizer. It might be my SD to SNES, like the firmware, the settings, or something. But I've
What
had
firmware
many.
do you use?
1.8. But I've had many instances where like the game will soft lock or it'll just freeze, or a room will be like uncompletable in Super Metroid. Like I'll just come through a glitched room, and so now that's why I saved everywhere in Super Metroid, because I'm like nervous it's gonna happen again. So
I can tell you I had trouble with 0.1.7e for the firmware, and I could never figure out what it was, but I rolled back to 1.7b, and
Gotcha.
that's always been stable for me on SD to SNES. And I play all my randomizers on a separate SD card. Anything that involves a Link to the Past. I've even had the same crashes happen in vanilla Link to the Past, and I can't say that that's anything to do with what you experienced, but I can say that that's a firmware that's behaved well for me.
okay, cool. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I mean, it might be worth looking into, because I know I had some trouble with certain firmware versions of SD to SNES. That, I mean, the game I think was developed on 0.1.7e or whatever, but for some reason, it gave me grief every time, so I stopped using it.
Cool. Okay, well, do you have any questions for me? Because I'm gonna go to bed.
No, I think that, I mean, I think we got through it. It was quite a seed, honestly. Honestly, thank you for playing back through it, and it was a real treat to see that sort of context on a seed where, you know, you had the information, because that's just not something that you see very often. Someone really just going through as fast as they can on like a low percent setting. And so I think, I mean, I know I personally really enjoyed it, and so I think that chat really enjoyed it as well, and so it was a cool thing to see. So I'm glad that you did it, and you know,
well,
congratulations
thanks.
on finishing, and with 102 items.
Yeah, pretty fun.
It's pretty much the best way to start a December.
Yeah.
I've been up for the December.
We've been out for the entirety of the December. We've been awake.
And racing and commentating a Link to the Past Super Metroid crossover randomizer, which I can't think of a better way to spend most of a month. So
I agree. All right, y'all take care.
GG,
We'll see you
guys.
next time. Thanks a lot.
Sounds good. Thanks for coming by to chat.
Sure.
And was there anything else that you wanted to say, Fusion Warrior?
Thanks for having me. Glad I had a good chance to be here on this illustrious first channel. Never been on something with so many eyeballs before.
Oh yeah, the OG speed gaming. I'm glad we're the last thing on the calendar. That's all I can say. But GG on the race, and thank you for coming by and chatting. This was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this race.
Yeah, I enjoyed running it.
Yeah, and I'll take one more time to shout out our tracker, Rob Spiewak, who came in and replaced our other tracker, Link Force Zero, filling in on the late night shift. So thanks to both those folks, an excellent job tracking and managing some of the things behind the scenes. Big thanks to them. If you haven't followed them, go follow them. Go follow FusionWarrior and lackattack. Both are runners if you haven't followed them yet. And I want to highlight also Ancient Gamer, who was commentating with me earlier. Give him a follow. Make him wake up to a bunch of follows. But next things we got coming up is tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. we got Super Nintendo versus Pika Pals on Speed Gaming 5 in the tournament. And then we got Solsky versus Zost at 5:30 p.m. on Speed Gaming 2. And both those races are between two really good runners. I don't know who's going to win either of them. I've made my picks on challenge, but I'm gonna watch those and see how those turn out. And then at 6:30, if you want to switch over from Solsky versus Zost or have two monitors going, you got Silver Rain versus Messier. I don't know either of them, but I hope that's a great race. 8:30, we got Karakarn versus Oats and Goats. And that's going to be another good one. You might know Oats and Goats from all the Super Metroid, and Karakarn does a ton of crossover randos. That's going to be good. Those are on Speed Gaming's 4 and 5 respectively. And then 3 races on Sunday as well. We got Ninban versus Strizer, Iris Isothias versus Ancient Gamer, my co-commentator, and Eltminster versus Metroid MST or Shy Guy. But yeah, I see some hype for that Solsky versus Zost match. That 4th tournament rematch for Solsky and Zost. Zost knocked Solsky out of the last 1v1 tournament and knocked Solsky and I out of the 2v2 tournament. He and Kekumen Shoyu beat us twice. So I'm sure he's itching for that rematch, and I know Zost is going to come ready. That's going to be a great one. But yeah, with that, thank you to everyone for staying up so late. Really enjoyed this one. Hopefully y'all did. I've been Maniacal, and have a great night. Go get some sleep.